Welcome back, everybody, to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield, and today we're going to be talking about how to start bidding on freelance work for the first time. The goal being to start the process of getting your name out there, of seeing what kinds of projects are available, and hopefully landing your first project. All right, so the goals today, what I want you to take away from this. I want to talk about how to bid on freelance projects on sites like Elance, and we'll use Elance in particular, but there are a lot of sites that are like this. I want you to get comfortable selling your expertise, and I want you to create a formula or a format you can quickly replicate in your bids. This is not going to be something you copy-paste, but it's going to be something you'll be able to write quickly because you've done something similar many, many times before. And then ideally, after doing all of this, we will find the project that kicks off your freelance career. All right, so from the beginning, how to write killer bids. A lot of rules here, a lot of things to keep in mind, but here are a few of the most important. First, don't use a form bid. This basically means something that you would copy and paste. Think of your cover letter when you're applying for a job you really want. You don't want to use a blanket cover letter where you talk about your skills and don't actually talk about the job to which you're applying. So you want to be as specific as possible. You want to show your expertise, don't describe it. So talk about specific projects you've done. Attach samples. Always, always, always attach samples. Don't direct somebody to your portfolio. Send them direct samples that are applicable to the job you're talking about. If you don't have any, I'll show you tomorrow and the next day how to start creating those. Personalize your bid as much as possible. So talk about their company, show that you've done your research, talk about how you are a good fit for what they are looking for. Basically, you want to make sure they understand you read this and they can tell immediately that it's just not somebody going through and copy-pasting the same bid over and over and over again. The more personalized it is, the more you'll resonate with that person and the easier it is to pick up that job. You want to provide a detailed rate and time frame for delivery. Elance gives you a place where you can put in your earnings and the turnaround time, but I also like to include a more detailed breakdown within the bid itself. So tell them how much time you need to complete the project, how much money you need to make while working on the project, and any other details, such as how many you can do per week, what your availability is, whether you'll work on the weekend. Basically break down for them exactly how you'll approach this job, how much will get done and by when, and what you're going to charge for that. And then finally, always provide standalone samples to back your claims. Again, this is super, super important. It's one of the few things that people use as an automatic no. I can tell you when I post projects to Elance, if they don't include a sample, I immediately delete it because I don't want to go digging. It's a sign that they're serious. All right, so now let's start bidding on some projects. All right, so let's talk about how success rates might change over time. There are a lot of things to keep in mind here. For example, in my first year doing this, I landed about 10% of the projects I bid on. For me, there was two reasons for that. First, it was a lack of understanding of what I should be bidding on. Second, however, it was not quite having that reputation yet. People don't know who I am. They haven't seen the work I've done. I don't have a portfolio necessarily for that particular type of project. This is something that'll change with time. So I wouldn't expect a high return rate on your bids right away. But keep in mind that there's always someone out there looking for someone like you. The volume is so high that you'll be able to crack through no matter what particular barrier might be in the way for a lot of those projects. By year 2, I had tripled my win rate and was getting about 35% of those projects. People knew who I was. I had good feedback. I had not raised my rates very much, and I was getting a lot of projects. By the last year of freelancing, which was year 4 in comparison, I was only getting 15% of my projects, but I was charging about 4 times more than I had when I started, and my repeat client rate was about half. So the result of which being I made a lot more money, had to do a lot less bidding, and had a lot more projects just coming my way without actually having to do anything for them. All right, so when it comes time to actually bidding, 5 things you need to avoid doing. First off, don't copy-paste an old bid, even if it's one that won you a project. There's no general way to win a project. It's all specific to that client and that project. So copying and pasting another one will have no impact on the current one. Don't ask for a cost range before providing your bid. Be confident in what you charge and be willing to tell them what it is. If you leave it not provided or ask them to give a range of their budget, they'll probably ignore it. Now, some companies have a budget, and asking that is fair, but most of the time they don't. If they haven't written it, they don't have a specific number in mind. All right. Don't apologize for a lack of experience or industry knowledge. It's good to admit it if they ask you, but always show what you do know. Be positive. Always think positively about what you are good at. Talk about what you have done for people, what the results of those actions were. If you wrote a blog post that got 1,000 views or 1,000 shares, tell them that, even if it has nothing to do with this particular project. That kind of proof is what's going to make them want to hire you. All right. Proofread your bids many times over. Even a small typo, especially if you're in the writing category, will lose you that project almost immediately. And then don't bid outside of your areas of expertise, at least to start. Start in the areas you know, build up a reputation there, and then grow from there. A couple things to keep in mind here. First off, in the general categories, Elance is going to charge you more money if you want to bid on different types of projects. So if you are a designer and a developer and a writer, first off, good on you, because that's hard to do. Second off, that's 3 separate categories on Elance, and you're going to get charged for 2 of those. The first one being free. So pick one you're have the most strength in, and focus all of your energies there first, because that's where you're going to get the most results. All right. So to wrap up today, I want you to go to Elance or Odesk or whatever you signed up for and bid on at least 5 projects. Whether you feel you're a good fit for them or not, just start to get the feel for it, see how much time it takes, see what you have to create for them, and then don't worry about if you get the project or not. Just get in there and start bidding. Take notes of how each bid goes and what you needed to provide. And then at the end, too, you can mark whether or not you got feedback. A lot of the times you won't land a project even if the client contacts you and asks questions, but them asking you questions means you've been shortlisted, and it's worth taking a note of because it means that bid worked. Losing a project doesn't mean you had a bad bid, it just means someone else had a better bid. So again, think positively. Think that you got closer and you can learn from that experience. Create a spreadsheet of those bids with the dates and the amounts so that you can go back and track it. And then make a note of the types of projects you skip when bidding. This is going to help you narrow down the field significantly in the future when you bid. You can filter those search results and remove things like hourly projects, anything that's outside the country, anything that's been on the site for more than a week, anything with a budget below a certain amount. There's a lot of ways to filter projects out. So if you start paying attention now to what you do want and what you don't, you can make the search a lot faster instead of having to go through all 100,000 projects every time you start looking. All right, so that's everything for today. I want you to complete each of these actions, and we'll be back tomorrow. Real quick before we go, though, of course, leave a comment if you have any questions, any additional details or feedback on what we talked about today. And please rate this course and share with everybody your thoughts thus far. This is Anthony, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Hey, everybody, and welcome to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. My name is Anthony Chatfield, and this is day 1 of the 30-day plan, during which I'm going to teach you a little bit about how to become a freelancer, whether it's a writer, a designer, a developer, whatever it is you do. This course is going to help you take those skills and monetize them so you can make money on your own at home. As I said, my name is Anthony Chatfield, and I am a experienced freelancer. For 5 years out of college, I wrote freelance for a number of different people and businesses, from ghostwriting for internet marketers and entrepreneurs, to providing content for agencies, to writing content for small and large businesses, everything in between. I've done a little bit of all of it. Over the course of that time, I made quite a bit of money, but more importantly, I was able to support myself and my family working from home. And it actually led me to start my own agency that I ran in New York City for about 4 years. Today, I actually work for another agency in Manhattan. I manage the strategy department there. But this is where I got started. This is the career that I took out of college, and this is how I got where I am today. So what I'm going to be showing you over the course of this entire program, actually, is what I used to get there. Day 1, we're going to start looking at the building blocks of success, some of the stuff you're going to need to get going, and how to start building out your freelance business. and more particularly, what it is you want to do and how you're going to be able to present that to your prospective clients. So every day of this program, we're going to run through some of the goals that I want you to achieve. These are questions I want you to answer, ideas I want you to think about, tasks I want you to complete. If you complete each of these goals each day, you will be well on your way to becoming a freelancer before you know it. So for today, we're going to keep it pretty simple. Just want to introduce you to the program, talk a little bit about what I hope you will get out of it, and discuss some of the tools and resources you will eventually have at your disposal. So we're going to focus first and foremost on what you can sell, and then how you can sell it, regardless of what your background is. All right, so first things first, experience. This is one of the first and most persistent questions I get from anybody when I talk about freelancing. And I've taught this to quite a few people, not always formally, but just in general, people would come to me whether they were unemployed or didn't have the job they wanted or wanted to make a little bit of extra money on the side. Whatever the circumstances were, they would see what I was doing and think, well, that would be awesome if I could also do the same thing. So I've gotten pretty used to describing what I do, but also in the context of how anybody, regardless of background, can take those skills and put them to use for themselves. And the first lesson, the first thing I tell everybody, is that experience can be proven. You don't need to be an expert. You don't need to have had a big, high-level job in an industry that you want to work in. Doesn't matter if you have a degree, doesn't matter how many years you've worked. All that really matters is that you have the skills that you claim you do. If you can prove whatever claims you're making of your expertise, people will hire you. It doesn't matter, and nothing else matters. And that's the coolest part about freelancing. You have the power to show how awesome you are. Portfolios can be self-generated, and you don't have to worry about getting paid or not getting paid. At first, you can volunteer to show your skills. People will gladly give you a chance if you're willing to prove that you can do it. And here's a picture here. You can see the portfolio I put together, maybe 8 years ago. This was my first website about 8 months into freelancing out of college. And you can see I just threw a few articles up there. You can actually go to this website still. It's still live for some reason. And see some of the early articles I wrote. And they're not even that good. But just having this page landed me a lot of work because it proved that I knew what to do, I knew how to do what I said I was going to do. All right? So that's step one. And over the course of the next week or so of this program, I'm going to show you how to start building that portfolio, where to put it, how to present it, how to make sure people find it, and when to give it to people proactively. Now, some of those spaces, where are you going to find the work? The screenshot I showed you at the beginning here was me on Elance. That was the account that I utilized way back in the day, as well as when we launched our agency. And that's Elance. So Elance is probably the largest freelance directory on the internet. There are hundreds of thousands of people on here, millions of dollars worth of jobs. Name a skill or an industry, and you will find work that needs to be completed in that space. Even now at the agency I work with, we utilize this tool repeatedly for various different projects. Odesk is another one. And that actually Elance and Odesk merged about 2 or 3 years ago. So it's one company, but it's still 2 separate websites. Freelancer.com is probably the biggest competitor to the Elance Odesk companies. And while it's a bit smaller, it is very diverse. There's a lot of work on there, especially in the programming space. Craigslist is a good local search tool. People will post things here directly if they need a small or odd job done. Actually, the first two projects I got when I started doing freelance work out of college were on Craigslist. And while they had nothing to do with what I wanted to do, they got me going. They got me started in this space. They taught me how to talk to clients. That was my jumping off point. There are other websites that are more specific, industry job boards, whether they're specific to a skill you have, such as a writing. Writer Access is a great website if you're a writer. There's actually a lot of good sites if you're a writer. Same thing with development skills or design skills. We'll go into more of those later down the road, but there are dozens and dozens of skill-specific websites where you can go and promote your work. And then word of mouth. So if you're going to be freelancing, make sure you tell everybody you know, contact anybody you know who works for a company that might need your work. Tell your family, tell your friends. No, your mom's probably not going to hire you to write a blog post for her, but maybe she knows somebody down the line. Maybe she's at church one day or out shopping or talking to a friend and something gets mentioned and she can say, hey, my son or daughter is actually doing this or writing stuff in their free time. Maybe you can send them some work. That's not going to be your primary source of work, but you never ever know where it's going to come from. So don't be afraid to tell the world. All right. Now, what can you do? I'm going to assume if you're watching this, you probably have at least some semblance of an idea of what you want to do. But some people don't. Some people just know that there's an opportunity out there to freelance and they want to get started. Now, the cool thing is there are some skills that don't require a specific background. You just have to want to do it. So you can learn what you need to know and then be a flexible partner for your clients. You probably have a core skill, something you've been doing for a little bit of time. Whether you're a designer or a developer, or you're really good with Excel, good at data entry, if you have any kind of writing background, these are all things you can do. And very few of these things require you to be an expert. Development's probably one of the few areas where you really need to know what you're doing if you want to pick up projects there. But even if you have limited experience, you can pick up light projects as a developer. So what I recommend here is go through Freelance, go through Odesk, see the kind of projects that are being listed. This is all freely available. And see if any of them look like things you could do. Even if you haven't done it before, even if it's something you would have to learn how to do, if you feel like you could learn how to do it, that's the kind of work you want to think about. And now's the time to start building out your portfolio and learning how to do those basic things so that you can become marketable in those areas. All right. So here's what we're going to be doing over the next few weeks. We're going to be, first off, determining and defining key marketable skills. So basically, what are you going to be doing? We're going to be creating a portfolio to demonstrate those skills clearly. This is just the most effective way to get that work is to show people you've done it before. Even if at this point, as you're listening to this, you have not done this, this is your chance to show that you know how to do it. You're going to build an online profile to approach and become a viable candidate. Whatever sites you decide to work on, this is how you're going to do it. You're going to be creating a brand and building a list that you can market yourself with. Now, you could make your entire career out of working on Freelance and other sites like this, but the most effective way, and the way that's going to get you paid the most long-term, is to build a brand so that eventually people are coming to you, and you can start building passive income sources. We'll get into a lot of that much later on, but this is the kind of stuff that's going to let you grow out of freelancing eventually, so you're not selling your time for money. Now, first things first, we want to get this going. And finally, we're going to be setting goals for future actions and passive income generation, what I just mentioned there. All right, so final thing here, and this is something I'm going to include with every day's presentation, is just some actions for you to take before we hop on to the next one. First things first, make a list of your innate talents, and then spend 30 minutes or so on Freelance or Odesk reviewing the types of projects that are available and that match up with those talents. Finally, I'm going to include a worksheet here. You'll find it in this week 1 program. Fill it out and determine what your marketable skills are and how you're going to promote your work. Even if you have no idea right now, this is the time to start writing it down and think about it, make it something active in your mind. And then as we get moving, you'll have already gone over this before. If you're not sure if there's a bunch of different stuff you think you could do, that's totally cool. You might end up bidding on a wide range of projects as you get started and kind of figure out what you like as you go. My first 3 major projects were, in this order, I wrote a long blog post describing the Super Bowl commercials in 2007. I edited a self-published novel from somebody who lived nearby, posted it to Craigslist, and I helped a not yet published author get a bunch of new friends on MySpace. Yes, it was that long ago that he needed friends on MySpace to promote his new book. In the end, I ended up writing a lot of website content and ebooks that ended up being my niche as a freelancer. But that's not where I got started because that's not the stuff that was available, and I didn't know that's what I wanted to do. So it's going to evolve, but at least for now, you can start looking at what's available to get you going. Hey everybody, and welcome to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield, and you're watching Day 7. Today we're going to talk about how to identify your brand and determine how people will find you and what you will be known for. This is one of those few things that a lot of freelancers don't spend much time doing, and I will be the first to admit that I did not do it for many years myself. Honestly, I didn't really get into this as much until I had started my agency and was selling something a little bit bigger, and I really wish I had done it earlier. For a lot of reasons. Here you can see a picture of my blog where I regularly post articles about marketing and productivity. And I still to this date get requests to do work for people, and I don't really freelance much anymore. Back in the days when I did, this would have been fantastic. So one of the things I've put together here is kind of a rundown of some of the stuff you can do to build your brand and make sure people find you when they're looking for you and find the stuff you want them to find. And more specifically, that all the things you do will help you find new work. Okay? So we're going to be establishing the core brand you will use to promote your services and offerings online, whether that's your name or the name of a business or whatever it ends up being. We're going to choose or start the process of choosing a business name and website domain. And then we're going to evaluate business potentials of your freelance efforts. This is all kind of that early on stuff. Ideally you're in the background, you're bidding, you're looking at stuff on Elance, but you're also now going to start looking at ways to build out a larger business and hopefully automate this to some degree so people start finding you instead of you having to go find them. All right. So one of the first things you have to do is prioritize your day with an action plan. This is kind of stepping out of today a little bit, but it's something I really wanted to talk about because I'm throwing a lot of stuff at you. And, I know it's a 30-day plan. And part of the problem with a 30-day plan is that you want to jam a lot into it. But realistically, you only have so much time every day. I'm assuming that you have a job, you have other responsibilities, and you're trying to learn how to do this and slowly ramp your way into it. And you can't just not bid on work or write things or design things on days when you're currently working on this. So before we continue, you want to start breaking down your time each day. And the first priority is always going to be to complete any paid work you have on the docket. Getting that work done as quickly and as efficiently as possible is one of the easiest ways to build your reputation as a freelancer. You'll get repeat work, you'll get referrals, you'll get good feedback. You got to do it. So don't put off doing good work just to build your business. It should always be your first priority. Priority number 2 is promoting your services. And that's going to be things like bidding on new projects on Elance. It's going to be adding pages to your website. It's going to be promoting yourself through social media, whatever it ends up being, maybe networking events after work. This is how you're going to get people to find you and actually hire you to do stuff. And then third is building your business. And while today that's what we're talking about, it's not the top priority on any given day. So I want to talk about it early. I know we're still in the first week of the program, but I don't want you necessarily to be doing this first. So it's a bit of a catch-22, but hopefully that makes sense. We just don't want to miss the boat in terms of actual income opportunities to build out a business. It's going to take a little bit more time than 30 days to build that business, but now is when we start laying those roots. All right? So first things first, let's move on. That's kind of my little de facto disclaimer to get going here. But let's move on with today's stuff. Let's talk about choosing a business name. How are people going to know you and your services? So building a business does not have to be done today. The key is to think of your efforts as a business, not just another side project. I've said this like 3 times. I'm going to keep saying it. Apologies in advance. I can be a broken record on some things for good reason. If you hear it multiple times, assume it's for good reason. And then think about how people will identify you. When you're online, you're not interacting with a human being directly. You're not talking to them. You're not seeing them. You're writing something, they're reading it. It's very indirect. So you need to build a brand, something that people can remember you by. Some way for them to immediately identify the quality and purpose of what you're doing without having to jump through all the extra hoops. You also want to be telling a story, whether it's your story or your business's story or some story that you've developed that you feel is going to help sell what you do. And it all starts right here with building a business and choosing a name. So the name should be catchy and simple. If you want something original or unique, check to see if it's been trademarked already in your country. Most countries will have some kind of database you can search for to check for trademarks. Usually the easiest way is to see if the domain is available. If the domain is available, it's probably not trademarked. And if all else fails, use your own name. It's really easy, and you don't have to worry about trademarks or any of that. It's your name. You own it. And you can brand pretty much anything. So you don't have to be too clever. You don't have to come up with a brand new name. You don't need the Amazon logo. You don't need, to be Google, some made-up thing. You just need to be memorable. And whether that's very specific to what you do or it's more specific to your name, that's the goal. All right. And then step 2 of that is to choose a website address. You want to use a .com. So as you choose your name, make sure it's available as a .com. You want to match your company name as closely as possible. Ideally, it's an exact match. So probably don't want to pick a name that's too short or too general. Keep it as short as you can. This is a mistake I made with a couple of my business names. A little bit too long, hard for people to remember. Trying to keep it succinct and to the point. And then when it is time to buy your domain, I always used GoDaddy. It's easy, it's quick, it's affordable. I don't really like the business very much, having worked with them for a few years, but I've never had a problem. So it is, if you're looking for reliable and easy, that's a big company. They're not going anywhere. Another one that falls into that group is Network Solutions, about as big. So if you want a big one that you can trust, that's the way to go. One caveat to that, when you buy your domain name, don't buy the hosting there. We're going to buy hosting somewhere else. It's one of those simple things you got to do just to protect your website and protect yourself. If there's a problem or you want to cancel down the line, you don't want it to be pain. So domain name will live one place, website will live somewhere else. For now, though, we're looking at buying the domain name. One more thing on this, too. If you don't have the money for it and a domain name costs $15, $20 or so, not a big deal. This is not the first thing you need to do. You can also start with a free website somewhere that doesn't require a domain name. You can use Wix or Squarespace. They'll give you free space to get going, or even WordPress.com. The goal is to have a space online, and that's really the purpose of all this. Long term, though, you want to be able to buy that website address and build a site on it. But if you aren't doing that in the first 30 days, 100% makes sense. You want to save that money. You want to see how this goes. But it's something to keep in mind. I would still do the research and make sure it's available. All right. And then in terms of long-term business potential, keep in mind the long-term business potential of your brand. Make sure it's something you can use in various areas. If you want to grow in different areas, don't be too specific. For example, my first business, I named it Seattle Freelance. I was so proud of that name because it was the most descriptive thing you could possibly pick. I got SeattleFreelance.com. You can actually still go there. It's up. And I lived in Seattle and I did freelance. It was amazing. I got work out of that just because it existed. The problem is that when I moved to New York and started my agency, I wasn't in Seattle anymore, and B, I wasn't freelancing anymore. So I had to start a new business. I left Seattle Freelance behind. I let the license lapse, and I started a new business, Great Leap Studios, that allowed me to build an agency on top of the freelancing I had been doing. So if you plan on doing something more with it, try to think in advance. If you don't yet, that's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Starting a new business is not really that much work, surprisingly. But if you do plan on doing something additional with it, even in the next year or two, try to think of something a little more open-ended that you can use to build from there. All right. So that's everything for today. Today's actions, what I want you to do, create a very simple priority plan for the next week. If you have your first project, make sure that's at the top. Make sure you leave time every day to bid on new projects. Make sure you leave time every day to work on building out your platform. And then start thinking about the business naming process. You don't need to pick a name right away, especially if you're not ready to buy a website address. But start thinking about it, start asking around, start brainstorming ideas. You have lots of time, but if you don't use that time, eventually you're just going to have to do it for something silly like taxes. So you might as well get it started now. You have a lot of time to work on it and think of something really good. All right, so that's everything for today. Make sure you leave any comments or feedback or questions you have here with this episode. If you have any additional feedback from me directly, feel free to reach out, and I will absolutely get back to you as soon as possible. And make sure to leave a rating for the course. I'd absolutely appreciate it. That's everything for day 7. Next up is day 8, and look forward to talking to you tomorrow. All right, thanks. Hey everybody, and welcome to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. My name is Anthony Chatfield, and this is day 1 of the 30-day plan, during which I'm going to teach you a little bit about how to become a freelancer, whether it's a writer, a designer, a developer, whatever it is you do. This course is going to help you take those skills and monetize them so you can make money on your own at home. As I said, my name is Anthony Chatfield, and I am a experienced freelancer. For 5 years out of college, I wrote freelance for a number of different people and businesses, from ghostwriting for internet marketers and entrepreneurs, to providing content for agencies, to writing content for small and large businesses, everything in between. I've done a little bit of all of it. Over the course of that time, I made quite a bit of money, but more importantly, I was able to support myself and my family working from home. And it actually led me to start my own agency that I ran in New York City for about 4 years. Today, I actually work for another agency in Manhattan. I manage the strategy department there. But this is where I got started. This is the career that I took out of college, and this is how I got where I am today. So what I'm going to be showing you over the course of this entire program, actually, is what I used to get there. Day 1, we're going to start looking at the building blocks of success, some of the stuff you're going to need to get going, and how to start building out your freelance business. More particularly, what it is you want to do and how you're going to be able to present that to your prospective clients. So every day of this program, we're going to run through some of the goals that I want you to achieve. These are questions I want you to answer, ideas I want you to think about, tasks I want you to complete. If you complete each of these goals each day, you will be well on your way to becoming a freelancer before you know it. So for today, we're going to keep it pretty simple. Just want to introduce you to the program, talk a little bit about what I hope you will get out of it, and discuss some of the tools and resources you will eventually have at your disposal. So we're going to focus first and foremost on what you can sell, and then how you can sell it, regardless of what your background is. All right. So first things first, experience. This is one of the first and most persistent questions I get from anybody when I talk about freelancing. And I've taught this to quite a few people, not always formally, but just in general, people would come to me whether they were unemployed or didn't have the job they wanted or wanted to make a little bit of extra money on the side. Whatever the circumstances were, they would see what I was doing and think, well, that would be awesome if I could also do the same thing. So I've gotten pretty used to describing what I do, but also in the context of how anybody, regardless of background, can take those skills and put them to use for themselves. And the first lesson, the first thing I tell everybody, is that experience can be proven. You don't need to be an expert. You don't need to have had a big, high-level job in an industry that you want to work in. Doesn't matter if you have a degree, doesn't matter how many years you've worked. All that really matters is that you have the skills that you claim you do. If you can prove whatever claims you're making of your expertise, people will hire you. It doesn't matter. Nothing else matters. And that's the coolest part about freelancing. You have the power to show how awesome you are. Portfolios can be self-generated, and you don't have to worry about getting paid or not getting paid. At first, you can volunteer to show your skills. People will gladly give you a chance if you're willing to prove that you can do it. And here's a picture here. You can see the portfolio I put together, maybe 8 years ago. This was my first website about 8 months into freelancing out of college. And you can see I just threw a few articles up there. You can actually go to this website still. It's still live for some reason. And see some of the early articles I wrote. And they're not even that good. But just having this page landed me a lot of work because it proved that I knew what to do, I knew how to do what I said I was going to do. All right? So that's step 1. And over the course of the next week or so of this program, I'm going to show you how to start building that portfolio, where to put it, how to present it, how to make sure people find it, and when to give it to people proactively. Now, some of those spaces, where are you going to find the work? The screenshot I showed you at the beginning here was me on Freelance. That was the account that I utilized way back in the day, as well as when we launched our agency. That's Freelance. So Freelance is probably the largest freelance directory on the internet. There are hundreds of thousands of people on here, millions of dollars worth of jobs. Name a skill or an industry, and you will find work that needs to be completed in that space. Even now at the agency I work with, we utilize this tool repeatedly for various different projects. Odesk is another one. And that actually Freelance and Odesk merged about 2 or 3 years ago. So it's one company, but it's still 2 separate websites. Freelancer.com is probably the biggest competitor to the Freelance Odesk companies. And while it's a bit smaller, it is very diverse. And there's a lot of work on there, especially in the programming space. Craigslist is a good local search tool. People will post things here directly if they need a small or odd job done. Actually, the first two projects I got when I started doing freelance work out of college were on Craigslist. And while they had nothing to do with what I wanted to do, they got me going. They got me started in this space. They taught me how to talk to clients. That was my jumping off point. There are other websites that are more specific, industry job boards, whether they're specific to a skill you have, such as a writing. Writer Access is a great website if you're a writer. There's actually a lot of good sites if you're a writer. Same thing with development skills or design skills. We'll go into more of those later down the road, but there are dozens and dozens of skill-specific websites where you can go and promote your work. And then word of mouth. So if you're going to be freelancing, make sure you tell everybody you know, contact anybody you know who works for a company that might need your work. Tell your family, tell your friends. No, your mom's probably not going to hire you to write a blog post for her, but maybe she knows somebody down the line. Maybe she's at church one day or out shopping or talking to a friend and something gets mentioned and she can say, hey, my son or daughter is actually doing this or writing stuff in their free time. Maybe you can send them some work. That's not going to be your primary source of work, but you never ever know where it's going to come from. So don't be afraid to tell the world. All right. Now, what can you do? I'm going to assume if you're watching this, you probably have at least some semblance of an idea of what you want to do. But some people don't. Some people just know that there's an opportunity out there to freelance and they want to get started. Now, the cool thing is there are some skills that don't require a specific background. You just have to want to do it. So you can learn what you need to know and then be a flexible partner for your clients. You probably have a core skill, something you've been doing for a little bit of time, whether you're a designer or a developer or you're really good with Excel, good at data entry, if you have any kind of writing background. These are all things you can do, and very few of these things require you to be an expert. Development's probably one of the few areas where you really need to know what you're doing if you want to pick up projects there. But even if you have limited experience, you can pick up light projects as a developer. So what I recommend here is go through Freelance, go through Odesk, see the kind of projects that are being listed. This is all freely available. And see if any of them look like things you could do. Even if you haven't done it before, even if it's something you would have to learn how to do, if you feel like you could learn how to do it, that's the kind of work you want to think about. And now's the time to start building out your portfolio and learning how to do those basic things so that you can become marketable in those areas. All right. So here's what we're going to be doing over the next few weeks. We're going to be, first off, determining and defining key marketable skills. So basically, what are you going to be doing? We're going to be creating a portfolio to demonstrate those skills clearly. This is just the most effective way to get that work is to show people you've done it before. Even if at this point, as you're listening to this, you have not done this, this is your chance to show that you know how to do it. You're going to build an online profile to approach and become a viable candidate. Whatever sites you decide to work on, this is how you're going to do it. You're going to be creating a brand and building a list that you can market yourself with. Now, you could make your entire career out of working on Freelance and other sites like this, but the most effective way, and the way that's going to get you paid the most long-term, is to build a brand so that eventually people are coming to you and you can start building passive income sources. We'll get into a lot of that much later on, but this is the kind of stuff that's going to let you grow out of freelancing eventually, so you're not selling your time for money. Now, first things first, we want to get this going. And finally, we're going to be setting goals for future actions and passive income generation, what I just mentioned there. All right, so final thing here, and this is something I'm going to include with every day's presentation, is just some actions for you to take before we hop on to the next one. First things first, make a list of your innate talents, and then spend 30 minutes or so on Elance or Odesk reviewing the types of projects that are available and that match up with those talents. Finally, I'm going to include a worksheet here. You'll find it in this week 1 program. Fill it out and determine what your marketable skills are and how you're going to promote your work. Even if you have no idea right now, this is the time to start writing it down and think about it, make it something active in your mind, and then as we get moving, you'll have already gone over this before. If you're not sure if there's a bunch of different stuff you think you could do, that's totally cool. You might end up bidding on a wide range of projects as you get started and kind of figure out what you like as you go. My first 3 major projects were, in this order, I wrote a long blog post describing the Super Bowl commercials in 2007. I edited a self-published novel from somebody who lived nearby, posted it to Craigslist, and I helped a not yet published author get a bunch of new friends on MySpace. Yes, it was that long ago that he needed friends on MySpace to promote his new book. In the end, I ended up writing a lot of website content and ebooks that ended up being my niche as a freelancer, but that's not where I got started because that's not the stuff that was available, and I didn't know that's what I wanted to do. So it's going to evolve, but at least for now, you can start looking at what's available to get you going. Welcome, everybody, to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days, day number 2. My name is Anthony Chatfield, and today we're going to be talking about how to create an online profile that's going to capture attention and help you get more work. Okay, so today what I want to talk about, and one of the most important things that you're going to need as you build out your freelance business, is how to present yourself. How to make sure everybody knows that you can do what you say you can do. A lot of this is going to be done on third-party websites where you're going to have to build a profile and build a portfolio and show people all the awesome stuff that you say you're going to be able to do for them. All right. So the goals today, what I want to talk about is how much money you can make, how to create an effective profile on one of the free sites that we're going to talk about, deciding what to bid on, when to bid on it, and then how to set your skills and take tests to show people that you can do these things. All right. So the first thing on that list is how much money to charge. This is the first question I always get, and unfortunately, it's not always the most important question, but it is the most relevant. There's a lot of other things you need to think about and do, but I want to touch on this first because honestly, if you can't make enough money, then freelancing is not going to be a viable alternative to your full-time job. So we need to talk about how much you want to make, also how much you need to make. Part of that's going to have to do with how much other people in the field charge, and then what is the finished product worth. So the idea here being that instead of charging for your time, which is what most people are used to doing, you need to charge for the product you produce. And from my perspective, this has always been really hard. I've always charged for time, and then when I didn't charge for time, I charged per word, which is the same thing because it takes the same amount of time roughly for each word I write. These days, it's a little bit different because I know the value of the finished product I produce, and that's what I charge for. And while I don't freelance currently as much as I used to anyways, these things are still in effect. So think about the value of that item you produce. And again, a lot of this is going to have to do with other people and what they charge in your field. So if you know the standard going rate for an article for somebody with your level of experience is about 4 to 5 cents a word, and that's usually somebody who's pretty good, has a good portfolio, but maybe he's only been around for a little bit of time, then that's around what you're going to want to charge. At the same time, undercutting and charging less than everybody else isn't really going to work long term because all you do is you establish that you charge very little, and people expect that. So when you increase it, it becomes very hard to do. So you want to think about how you're going to increase over time, and also what other people are charging. At the same time, do you offer any bonuses that other people don't? So when I'm talking about bonuses, I'm talking about other skills. For example, when I used to deliver ebooks to clients, I would format them and get a cover and make sure they were ready to publish as is. I would often send a PDF version, a Kindle-ready version, and the Word document so they can make edits if they wanted to, all together at the end. And that's something, it sounds like a no-brainer, but most people don't do that. Most writers will send a poorly formatted draft in a Word document, and that's that. So that was a little bit of an extra thing I did, and then I know that was worth money and time to these people, even if they never said so. And that's why they keep coming back to me for their books. All right. So in terms of charging a starting rate, there are a few things to keep in mind. First, you're going to start a little lower than you might like. So, we just talked about how you need to sit down and figure out how much you need to make and what it'll take to actually become full-time at this. You might have to start a little below that. And that's just because as you get going, you have no proof that you can do this. Once you've done a couple projects and shown people that you know what you're doing, it becomes a lot easier to increase that rate rather quickly. At the same time, you have to be realistic. So you don't want to be that guy who comes on and charges, a quarter of what everybody else charges. Yes, you're going to get a lot of work, but first off, you're going to get the wrong kind of work. You're going to get it from people who don't value what you do. And second off, you're never going to be able to scale that to the point where you can actually do this full time and make money at it. So you have to be realistic. Find what the minimum amount you need to make is to survive if you were to quit your job, and start there. All right. And the next thing you can do to make sure that you're charging the right amount is to find someone comparable in your niche and compare rates. So you can either look on Elance and see what people are charging, or you can submit a request for proposal of your own, or you can just go to a forum and ask. Elance has a water cooler, Odesk has a forum, there's a few blogs. Just ask people what they're charging, and you can get a good idea of if you're in that ballpark or not. And then setting time-based goals for your rates. All right. So over time, as you get reviews, as people work with you and they say how good you are, how much work you've done for them, you will also be able to start charging more money. This mostly applies to Elance and Odesk, but those first few projects, when you have 0 reviews and nobody knows who you are, it's going to take some time to build up your credibility and make sure that people know who you are and what you have to offer. So you have to be careful about that, but at the same time, it doesn't take a long time. You don't need 20, 30 reviews. You need like 3 or 4, and then you can really start ramping it up quickly. All right, so in terms of setting your profile, now that you know roughly how much money you want to charge to get started, there are a few things you need to keep in mind. Elance does a great job of walking you through this. So if you create an account and start building your profile, it'll ask you for certain things. But the most important things, the things you absolutely need to have, are your general overview of what you do, a list of skills and abilities you have as a freelancer, an image of some sort, whether it's a logo that you've already created, and we probably haven't gotten that far, so it might be easier just to use a headshot, and then contact information. So you should have your email address, and whether it's available or not, people should be able to somehow get a hold of you. A phone number, a Skype ID, any social media links. All that stuff helps people reach out to you and ask questions before they hire you. And last but not least, you need to add samples. So if you don't have any sample work yet, you can use your first couple projects for this. Keep in mind that some people will not let you use their work as samples. If they make you sign an NDA, or they ask that you don't use it, or if they ask for copyright to the work, then you may not be able to use that. But it's actually relatively rare that happens, so always ask. There's no harm in asking if you can use it as a sample. All right? And if there's any other required spaces on there, just make sure you fill all those out. You want to have your profile as close to 100% as possible. Elance in particular uses a scoring system for how they rank people in search, and this is one of those factors, is having a fully filled out profile. So definitely worth having from the start. All right. So setting skills and taking tests. This stuff does matter a lot. It matters for credibility's sake. So if you've taken a test and it shows whatever your feedback or percentage is, it shows people you know how to do what you say you know how to do. But it also helps you show up and search for things. So if somebody searches for, a Python programmer and you've put that as one of your skills, you're more likely to show up for that. At the same time, something like 60 to 70% of project owners will check these stats. They will see how you've ranked in those different areas and what your skills are. It's just part of the vetting process. If you are a business owner and you post a project and you get 30 bids, you need some way to start breaking people down. The reviews they have will be one of the first things they look at as the price. But from there on, if everybody's equal, they're going to look at skills and portfolio and all that stuff. So you need to have it all done. You just make it that much easier to hire you if you do. Feedback is going to be really important. For me, the minimum threshold on feedback is about a 4.5. You don't need a perfect 5, but you do need to make sure you don't have any iffy reviews in there. So just do an amazing job early. Most people will give you a good review. If somebody doesn't, don't hesitate to ask them to fix it. What can I do for you to make sure this is right and I can get this number bumped up a little bit? This is my income, but at the same time, I want to make sure you're happy. All right. And then take your tests that Freelance provides. Odesk also provides these tests. There are hundreds of them. Some of them are basic, like English grammar and different types of software. Some of them are much more complicated, just to prove you know what you say you know. But they're well worth taking. They each take like 10 to 15 minutes, so it's worth doing. And then there are other ways to provide proof. You can pay a small amount of money, and Freelance will call and verify things like the degree you have or references that you've given. You can have recommendations listed on there. This is all stuff that's going to help you in the end. All right, so that's today. Today what I want you to do is go to Freelance or Odesk. Pick your choice. Freelance is going to be better if you're a writer or a designer, if you do something with a tangible end deliverable, whereas Odesk is better if you're more on the hourly work side. There's really no major difference. It's the same company now, but take a look and see which one has more of the types of projects you're looking for and create a profile on that site. Decide how much money you want to make for your work within a realistic range. You're going to bid differently depending on what people's budgets are, so set a range and you can work within that. And then place at least one bid on a project just to see how the process works. If you want to go above and beyond and bid on a bunch of stuff today, go for it. But get the ball rolling and see what you can pull in. Keep in mind that these sites do charge for bidding. At least in the Freelance side, they will charge for everything after a certain number of bids. They do have a free profile, so you can start with that. But if you really want to jump in head first and do a ton of bidding right away, you will at some point have to pay for a membership. Finally, set up tracking tools for other RSS-based sites to get work. We'll go through this in a little bit in about a week or so. There's a lot of different websites that offer job boards or skill-specific opportunities. If you are going to start using those, which you should, now's the time to start finding a tracking tool like Feedly or even just keeping track of it in Evernote or a reading tool such as the one that the Mac offers to save later for your phone. Those are going to make it easier to find jobs later on. All right, so that's today. Just get familiar with those, get it underway. In the next couple days, we'll start bidding. And until then, this is Anthony. Hey everybody, welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield and you're watching Day 8. Today we're going to talk about creating some key accounts to run your business. Before we get started though, I wanted to just touch base with everybody, see how everything's going. We're a full week into the program now. And if you're still watching, I hope everything is going really well. If you haven't yet, I'd really appreciate if you could leave any comments or feedback or questions on any individual day or just in general on the course. I will write back immediately. I love your feedback, and I'm actually have added a lot of content to the program based on that feedback. Also, if you're at this point, if you feel like it and it really would make me feel wonderful, feel free to leave an overall rating for the course or even just a quick review or commentary on where you're at. If you're going to keep continuing and moving forward, absolutely should wait until the end and see how you did. But in the meantime, love your feedback. It really helps me to do better things. And if you have a question that I haven't covered in one of these days, I will absolutely record something and shoot it over. I want you to get the most out of this. I want you to be successful. That's what this is all about. All right. So that said, let's dive right into day 8. We're going to be talking about creating those key accounts, all that stuff you maybe have not created yet. We're going to get it going today. So the goals today are to finalize your company name and start the setup process for key online accounts. We're not going to talk about the company name too much more today. If you are ready to get going with that, finalize it, figure it out today. If you're not, something to keep on the radar, put in the background to think about as we move forward. But we're going to start the process for setting up key online accounts. And if you do have a business name, I would use that to sign up for these. We're also going to put in motion next steps for the development of your business. Again, remember, this is a business. So the things I'm going to show you right now are the building blocks of a business. And then finally, we're going to determine the logistics of how you'd like to be paid. If you're using Elance, it's pretty basic. They're going to put the money into escrow. It's going to go into your bank account directly. But if you get something direct or you meet somebody while out networking, how are you going to get paid? We'll talk about that today. So in terms of tools, there are a lot of different options. I've broken this down into what you can pay for and what you can get for free. So the first batch of things you can pay for, and this is all stuff I would personally recommend as having used it myself. Google Apps for Business is about $5 per month per user. And if you have purchased your domain name, even if you don't have a website yet, you can use this to create a email address at yourdomainname.com and access that email through Gmail. So, for example, if you have, if your name is John Smith and you bought johnsmith.com, you can have an email address that's john@johnsmith.com. Google Apps lets you do that, and you can also use the calendar tool and the drive tool and all the other tools for Google through that domain name. In terms of web hosting, there's a lot of good options. I don't actually currently use HostGator, but in terms of low-cost options, it's your best bet. You can get a website hosting account set up there for between $3 and $8 a month. And it's really solid. I've never had downtime there when I've had websites on there, and I've recommended it to a lot of people. Bluehost is another one that's really good along those same lines. I personally use right now, because I'm sure you'll ask what I'm using, is called wiredtree.com. And they do more dedicated and managed services, so it costs quite a bit more. If you plan on building a lot of websites or want somebody to run your server for you so you can go in and do all sorts of stuff on the back end, Wiredtree's amazing. But if all you need is a website hosted somewhere, HostGator or Bluehost will get the job done. And then in terms of your business, you might decide to create an LLC. I would recommend it as soon as you start making decent money. And it's just because it protects you. If somebody decides to get upset or if you have a problem, you want to be protected so that nobody can sue you or whatever else ends up happening for personal assets. An LLC will do that. It's very basic. If you set it up in Delaware, it only costs a couple $100 and then you're good to go. Keep in mind too, any business or tax advice, and again, there is no business or tax advice here. Please talk to a lawyer or an accountant. But anything I talk about to that end, I live in the United States. So if you do not live in the United States, what I say may not apply to you. Even if you do live in the U.S., it may not apply to you, depending on which state you live in. So always talk to an accountant and a lawyer about these kinds of things. I'm giving you my experience because that's what I know. And hopefully it gives you a little bit of guidance and an idea of what to expect down the road. But you should absolutely talk to a professional on your own. If you do not want to spend any money, Google offers all those same tools for free if you have a Gmail email address. So there's no reason, if as you're getting going, you can't just use your Gmail address. I used PayPal for payments for a very, very long time. Even when I had my agency up, I used PayPal. So it's free. There are some more advanced tools you can get in PayPal once you have a business set up, but even the basic personal version is great. And then for a website, you can use Weebly or Wix or Squarespace. Those are all free, and they'll get you a website nice and easily. You don't necessarily even need a domain name for them either. In terms of Gmail, if you're going to set up Google Apps for Business, they will walk you through it. It is a little complicated. So if you do have questions, feel free to shoot them into the comments here. I may put a video together depending how much feedback I get. on how to set that up. If you're just going to use a Gmail account of your own, feel free to just set up a free one. You can use all the same tools. You may not have as much storage, but that's not as big a deal as you get going. There is a professionalism factor here, though. Having an email address with your domain name definitely helps make you look more like a professional. And if you're building a business, that's what you want. Something to keep in mind, not super important this early, but long term it will become important. In terms of PayPal, this is probably how you're going to get paid 75% of the time. I never accepted credit cards in my 9 years of freelancing and running an agency. I always made people pay through PayPal or by check or invoice or through Elance escrow. It's all you really need. A personal account is free. It's easy to set up. There are some limits you have to get removed. A business account has far fewer limits. Plus you can get credit and loans on it, but you do need a tax ID number, which we'll get to later. Again, this all applies in the United States. If you aren't in the United States, I'm not really sure how that works, but you can look into it. They have a really good service line if you call them up and want to ask those questions. All right. And then speed of payment. On PayPal, it's pretty quick. They always say 3 to 5 days to get your money out, but in my experience, it's more like 1 to 3, at least with a US bank account. And you can get a PayPal debit card and be able to remove it immediately, which I had for a while. And then PayPal has a credit system as well as a capital system. So if you need money invested into your business down the line, they can help you out there too. As for creating your website, when you get going here, keep it super simple, just so you can get something up. Ideally, you want something up here in the next 2 weeks. So building out a big, huge, massive website, not really worth it. WordPress is great because it's free and it has templates, and then all you have to do is write the content. Weebly or Squarespace have even more detailed templates. They're not nearly as powerful or as integrated as WordPress, but they will let you build out a lot of things. And then HostGator, at the most, you're going to spend $7 a month for basic hosting. So if you're on a budget, it's a great place to get started. And then when you build out that website, make sure it has your contact information, a portfolio of your work, an email sign-up list of some sort, blog and social media icons, and links to your other online profiles. So go to anthonychatfield.com if you want an example of what that looks like, or seattlefreelance.com is another good one. Doesn't have the social media icons or blog, but it has everything else there. You can see as one of my early freelance websites what I had involved. All right, so for today's actions, choose your email solution, whether you're paying or not. Create your PayPal account. You're going to need this regardless, so just get it going. If you plan on doing it, you can get your LLC rolling now. Again, I would consider waiting until the end of the month just to see where your income is at. That will still cost you a couple $100. And then create a simple website. Right now, today, probably you just want to create the account wherever it's going to live. But in the next few days, I'm going to help you build this out. I'm going to get into detail of how to create your website, how to get it rolling, whether it's WordPress or one of those other free sites. You really don't want to spend too much time on it, even if you're a perfectionist. If you're a developer right now, you're probably laughing at me and probably already have a website. But for the writers out there, for the designers, this is something where we just want to get something up to showcase your work and make it easy for people to contact you. It's the sole purpose, and we're going to get that done here in the next week or so. All right. So that's everything for today. Make sure you leave any comments or feedback here on the episode. And if you have any additional questions beyond this particular day, feel free to reach out to me directly. Thank you so much, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Hey everybody, Anthony Chatfield here with How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. Today, day 9, we're going to talk about populating your web presence. This is about creating content that illustrates your skills and pitches potential clients so that if they find it, they will be more interested in hiring you. All right, so the goals for today, what we're going to be talking about is creating content that can be published on a simple website within the next couple of days. We want to clearly demonstrate your skills through the content you develop and present, and we want to update and optimize your portfolio for both website and freelance sites. The bottom line is we want people to see how awesome you are at a quick glance and in as many places as possible. All right. So in terms of a basic website, you want to keep it really simple because you don't have a lot of time and you want to get something up sooner than later. The bottom, the basic list of stuff that I've included here, a list of services, so what you can offer people, what they can pay you to do, contact information, how they can get a hold of you, and on that page you might include not only your email address, but a Skype ID, your Elance portfolio, any other websites you're on. Make it easy for them to contact you in whatever way they want. And then a portfolio of your work showing what you can do, as well as a quick about you, so people can learn, like where you went to school, what your hobbies are, what your professional expertise is, maybe a link to your LinkedIn page. All right. So everything else is helpful, but not really vital to launch. A really basic website is going to have 5 pages to get started. That's all you really need. Okay. So before we jumped too far ahead, I wanted to show you kind of what my websites looked like, what the evolution of my online presence was. And just going to be honest up front, I don't actually have a photo of the first website I built. It was really, really ugly, and back then I didn't think to take any screenshots. And it was long enough ago that if you went to the Wayback Machine on Archive, you can't actually find it. So, or it won't actually pull up the images. So we'll start with this one. This is seattlefreelance.com, the second website for my first business. And I launched this in 2007, I believe. So just a year out of college. And to be honest, too, going back even further, I've been building websites since I was 12, just for the heck of it. So this is probably like the 4th website I've had with my name on it. There was a few others. I went through this phase where I built this thing called Junk House because I just put random stuff on it. There was another website that was mostly a blog that actually cost me a job at one point because I went to a job interview and they read it and it wasn't super recruiter facing. So I learned lessons there, but this is my first business and then my second website for that business. So you can kind of see the very, very basic outline, home, about, portfolio, contact, PLR is this product thing I offered. There's just content people could buy. I had somebody do this illustration at the top, which I still think is kind of cool, but the website itself is pretty basic. So that was the first one. Then when Great Leap Studios was launched back in 2009, late 2008, early 2009, this is the first website we built. It's a theme. It was not WordPress. It was an HTML theme with this slider here. And I built it before the company even existed. And it worked. It was basic enough. It had a blog. It had, home, about us, portfolios, blog, contact, services. So the same basic 5 things plus that blog. Try to keep it pretty basic. I just want to touch on the bare minimum stuff we needed to actually make a sale if someone landed on the website. About a year later, we launched the second edition of Great Leap Studios. And this is actually still up. It's run by my former business partner. He still runs this. So you can see a lot cleaner, a little bit nicer. It's in WordPress, so it's a little more flexible and easier to build out. Here's the home, services, specials. That's something we added, selling directly off the website. About us, blog, contact. And then the portfolio content's actually down here below the fold. You can easily access all that. So this is the current version of that website. So you can see how it kind of evolved over time. And then one last one I wanted to show you is my personal website and blog. This has been up for, basically since right when I graduated college. I launched a blog called thechatfield.com. Very clever, right? And I've been blogging there since 2006. I've since actually deleted quite a few posts from the blog, so now you can only see maybe 100 or so, including the most recent, 15 from the last year or so. It's on purpose. A lot of those posts were just a kid just out of college goofing around, writing content to fill up a blog. Some of them were blatantly trying to manipulate the search engines. Others just had really bad best practices and would have needed to be rewritten. Didn't get much traffic anyway, so it didn't matter. But you can go back. You can see some of my earliest posts. They are a few years old. And this is just where I post, mostly it's content about marketing and productivity. So, stuff that's interesting to me and that I feel I have a good angle on. You can also find links to ebooks I've written, some other resources to download, contact information. There's some information here about me and my background and stuff I like and all sorts of cool stuff. Like if you want to learn about me, this is where you go. All right. And then those are my websites. So you can still go to seattlefreelance.com. You can still go to greatleapstudios.com. I no longer own them, but they are still up. And then anthonychatfield.com is updated every week with new content, so you can check that out as well. But the key here is not to get too attached. I mean, the goal of your website is to be there and provide information. It's not this final perfect iteration of who you are and what you do. But at the same time, it's the hub of all of your online activity. So it needs to exist because this is something you 100% control. If Elance crashed tomorrow or their business went under or they decided they don't like you for whatever reason and they banned your account, you instantly lose access to that account. Nobody can do that to you in your website unless you're doing something really, really bad. So you are a business owner. This is an asset, something you own, and you should be growing it in value. So even if you're not going to get work through it right away, if it gets no traffic and nobody sees that website, it should exist at least so you can use it. You can put it on business cards. You can put it in the signature of your email. You can put it on your social media profiles. That's how important it is. And it's how people are going to judge you when they start to find out about you. So ideally, any website you build is going to show up number one when somebody searches for you in Google. That's important because then you can control what they see about you. It's not some random Facebook or LinkedIn page, which you still control, but it's in their format. And at the same time, if somebody else has your name, then you have to fight on that front too. So it's a very important tool. You don't have to spend a fortune or a ton of time doing it, but it's important that you do it. All right. Now, the content creation part, this is the part most people, they come to me and they say, I understand everything you just said, but I do not have time to write that much stuff. So just some really quick tips here to keep it short and easy. You only need at least 300 words per page. That's the minimum. That's what Google wants to see. So if you hit that point, you're good. Use images where applicable. I usually say one image per 300 words. So in this case, one per page. And then if you're having trouble writing about yourself, ask a friend or family member to do it for you. I find this is a really quick and easy way to do it. They'll write it, you edit it, it gets done really fast, and then you don't have to sit there and torture over how to describe yourself, which I know a lot of people have trouble with. I know I did when I got started. But keep it simple and straightforward. Don't try to get cute or clever or to overthink it too much. Just get to the point. What do you offer? What have you done? Done. That's it. If you're going to spend a lot of time on anything, spend it on your portfolio. I often, whether I'm interviewing somebody for a job, a writer or something, or I'm, looking at profiles, hiring a contractor, I'm always astounded when people send in samples or send over a portfolio that is not polished. This is literally the best work you should have because that's the stuff you're showing to people. And if it doesn't look good to me, the person who's thinking about hiring you, it's an instant no. I don't care what the resume looks like. I don't care how nice you are. I don't care how responsive you are, what your price is. If your portfolio doesn't look good, it's an instant no. Like, that's not something I can look over. So spend a lot of time on that. This is like, when you go into a job interview, you put on a suit because you want to look good. When you send in a portfolio, you spend 10 times longer than you would on a normal piece because you want it to look good. All right, so a good portfolio should illustrate each skill you claim to have. So if you have 5 services, you should have at least 5 items in your portfolio, one for each of those services, so you can show that you've done it. It should showcase your very best work. The only caveat to this is if some of the best work you've done is with people who won't let you share it. You should always ask people before you share it because you don't want to have any issues later. If you're under NDA, for example, you obviously can't share it. If they just don't want you to or don't want you to use their logo, you have to be careful on that front as well. It should entice someone to want to learn more about you. So it should be, evocative or interesting or exciting or new or different. If you're a designer, show something that's a little bit different than other people in your field because then it shows that you can, you stretch a little bit. And then answer specific questions prospects might have before they ask them. So if you're getting a lot of questions on Elance or you just think people are going to ask you a lot about, your background in a particular area, let's say you really want to get work writing about software that's interesting to you, and you're going to bid on those kinds of projects, your portfolio should include content that relates to that industry. Write about software. Even if you don't have a job, go write about it. Do a review of a recent release or talk about an industry trend. Put that in your portfolio because then when people ask, can you do it? You're like, yes, look at my portfolio. All right, so today's action, let's keep it real simple. Do a quick sitemap for your website. Remember those 5 pages I talked about is the bare minimum. Write something really simple for each page to get it started. So that's 1,500 total words. That might sound like a lot, but if you just do a couple hundred, every day for the next week or so, you'll be done. Build up a portfolio so you can fill it in over the coming days. If you're getting projects already, awesome. You're going to use that content. If you aren't, then look back to old stuff you've done or things you can work on in your spare time the next couple days to fill in that portfolio. Ideally, it's done in within 2 weeks or so. All right, and then don't fuss over the details. It's really, really easy to become a perfectionist about a website. Trust me, I've been down that road. Most people rebuild their websites every 2 years or so. So don't kill yourself trying to make it look perfect. Just get it up, make it functional, make it look professional, obviously, but as long as it exists, you're good. All right? So that's everything for today. Make sure you leave comments below if you have any questions. Check out the notes. That's where you're going to find all the links for everything today. And then make sure to leave a review and a rating if you've been watching along the entire way. I really appreciate it. And shoot me an email if you have any questions. All right? So I'll talk to you tomorrow. Hey everybody, Anthony Chatfield here with How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. Today is going to be real quick. I just want to talk about something that I do get a lot of questions about, but fortunately the internet has made relatively easy on us, and that's how to do invoices, contracts, and forms. All right? So all the fun stuff you don't really want to think about, but that you got to deal with, the earlier you do it, the easier you make your life. All right, so the goals for today is to familiarize yourself with some of the common legal and financial dealings that you're going to have, how to create the forms you're going to specifically need for your business, and then how to handle these at tricky situations. Before we dive into anything, just remember I'm not an accountant. I'm not a lawyer. If you're going to do this, even semi-professionally, make sure you contact one of each and ask them, how to do these things, whether it's incorporating or forming an LLC, or how to do your taxes, or how it's going to affect, your current tax situation. I'm giving you anecdotal advice from my own background and just some tips on things you need to look out for. And a secondary, item there, I'm in the United States. So if you're not in the United States, some of this may not apply to you the same. But I think it's important, and I get a lot of questions about it, so I'm going to cover it anyways. And just, make sure you leave questions and don't take my word as gospel. All right? So why this stuff matters. You want to create processes early. That's the important part. That'll make your life easier. If you do this stuff now, it's so much easier to handle things later, especially when it comes time to do your taxes, if you've already taken care of all this. You also want to protect yourself legally to some degree, and I'll talk about that in a second. It makes you look more professional. If you're sending an invoice with a logo on it and it's not in a Word document, people respect that. And then it helps you have clear outlines of streamlined projects and edits, so that's going to be important as well. All right, so forms you're going to need. These are the 5 basic things that I found I needed pretty much every week for every project. It might vary for you. Some of these you may not need generally. Some you might need more of. It really depends on the size of the projects and who you're working with. Keep in mind, too, if you're on like Freelance, you don't really need any documents. They're all built into the Freelance agreement that you agree to when you approve a project. Some clients will ask for more documentation, whether it's a copyright release or an NDA. Freelance has those documents. You just use their document. I would just recommend using it because you're already on that platform. You've already agreed to all their terms. You might as well sign their documents. It's rare that they ask you to do more. If they do, run it by a lawyer real quick. But some stuff you'll need if you're taking projects off of Freelance, and this is one of the many reasons why you might consider going on Freelance, even despite the fee, is just because you don't have to worry about all this stuff. A general contract. So it's usually a 3 to 4 page document just covering basic stuff, indemnification, and who owns the rights when you're done, and what the payment terms are going to be. A non-disclosure agreement. I'd say 20% of my clients would ask for this. It's not super common, but common enough that I had my own document in case they didn't have one. If somebody's just starting a business or is an entrepreneur, or they work for a larger company and they don't want to admit that they're using freelancers, these are situations in which you might have to sign an NDA. I know it sounds really big and important, and only Microsoft or somebody would make you do this. And ironically, Microsoft did not make me do this. So it's usually smaller companies and entrepreneurs just getting started, and they're just trying to protect intellectual property. I was never said no unless the terms were really strange or had a non-compete in it. I would never recommend signing a non-compete as part of a non-disclosure unless whoever you're working for is promising you like some ridiculous amount of work. Scope of project agreement, this is usually an attachment to the contract, and it just outlines what you're going to be doing and over what period of time. And then payment agreements, again, an attachment to the general contract, and let's talk about when you're going to get paid and how you're going to get paid. Again, general contract, scope of project, payment agreements, all of that's built into Elance. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not shilling Elance, I promise. I'm just, if you want to make this as easy as possible, that's how you do it. And finally, invoice forms. If you're going to do invoicing independently and not pay for anything, you'll want a form that you can use for that. Now, how to get all those forms for free? You could pay a lawyer to draft all these up. You could also go pay for them off of a basic form website and then customize them. Or you could use a site like Rocket Lawyer. They have a 7-day free trial. You can create whatever you want in that free trial. They help you customize the form based on the state you live in and the situation that you're using them for. It's probably still good to run these by a lawyer, but at this point they're pretty close. So it's really up to you in terms of like how you want to do it. But that's how I got my basic forms. I ended up paying for a membership for them anyways because I needed additional forms when I formed my LLC. But when you're just getting started, this is a great way just to get some stuff out of the gate. And some clients will provide their own. So I was always okay with that, but I always made sure to read it very carefully to make sure they didn't have some crazy terms in there like, I could never use it as a sample, or I'm signing away copyright to anything I write related to this project, or whatever it was, or I agree to do unlimited edits for 3 years. I actually saw that in a contract once, and I had asked them to edit that to 3 months. These are some, just keep an eye on it. People aren't always looking out for your best interests. You just want to cover your bases real quick. So when it comes to what to look for in a client form, and again, I'm going to keep saying this, but I'm not an accountant and I'm not a lawyer, so make sure you talk to one before you utilize any of these things. But the stuff you want to look into is payment terms, copyright ownership, and cancellation requirements. These are the types of things that clients will sometimes tweak on you or might have special terms in them. You don't want them to sneak something in there that's going to hurt you long term. So take a close look at it. If you're not sure about anything, always run it by a lawyer. I've never had anybody try to sneak anything on me that I didn't think was fair. I've had some goofy cancellation requirements where the client could cancel and I couldn't. Make sure that's an equal share so that, if they're able to cancel with 30 days notice, so are you. But generally speaking, this is not often an issue. The larger the company, though, the more carefully you should look. In terms of invoicing, you got 3 good options. You can use PayPal invoices, which are free, and people can pay directly to PayPal for you. You can use a Word or Excel invoice if you have that software, also free, and they look decently professional these days with the templates. Or you can use a software tool called FreshBooks, which is online. I used this for many years, actually, like 7 years, Freelancing plus my agency. I liked it a lot because it keeps all the information in there. You can record expenses. You can run tax documents, profit and loss reports. You can see data in terms of when people have paid you and how much. It's a really good tool. I really liked it. It does cost money, though, so that's something you want to keep in mind. If you have a lot of clients, it starts to become an issue. You might want something more powerful. To get started, I would use PayPal. It's a lot easier. All right, so for today's actions, what I want you to do is make a list of all the forms you're going to need. Sign up for Rocket Lawyer and pull all those forms so you can get those for free with your trial. Remember, again, you only have a week. Decide how you're going to want to invoice your clients, and then consider the next steps in legal protection, whether it's forming an LLC or a corporation. These are, again, things you want to talk to a lawyer or an accountant about. All right, so that's everything for today. Make sure you leave any questions or comments below. If you have not yet, please leave a review for this program. I really appreciate your feedback, and looking forward to talking again to you tomorrow. Hey everybody, Anthony Chatfield here, and welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. Today, we're going to talk about how to find motivation and get things done. The last couple days, we've talked about some pretty, let's just say boring, we'll be honest, day-to-day basic fundamental stuff that you have to do to keep your business moving forward. Today, I want to talk about kind of the mindset and activity and approach that I take and that you can take to help kind of focus and make sure that you're getting things done on a daily basis, but not just that, feeling motivated and enjoying what you're doing. Here's a picture actually of it's a productivity tool I use called Habit RPG. It gives you points and you level up a character. You can buy all sorts of cool armor for. They basically let you create a character and partner up with people and go on quests as you complete your to-do list. It sounds really silly, but it's incredibly addictive, and it's been a great motivator for me to get things done every day. There's a lot of other things, though, and I'm going to talk about a few of them. Some of them simple, some of them more complicated. It really depends on what you already have in place and how you want to build it out. But let's dive in. We'll talk about some of the goals for today. The first thing on the list here I want to talk about is finding a dedicated workspace and a dedicated time in which to work. One of the biggest barriers to being motivated and basically any kind of efficiency is not having a specific place you can go to work. If it doesn't have to be an office necessarily, it just has to be somewhere where you go and you get into work mode. When I started freelancing, I'd work on the couch, and I would spend 12 hours doing 5 hours of work, because when you're on the couch, you're tempted to turn on the TV, to watch the baseball game, to stop and take a break. Like, hey, that corner over there is dirty, I should clean that. Oh, looks like the dog needs to go out. You can't create a routine that's separate from your home routine, and it's really hard to stop working because now all of a sudden your home space is your workspace, so you're just in work mode. So it's important to have that. We'll get into that more in a second here. Mapping out habits for a typical day, again, super important. We'll go into the details of how I do that. Gathering together what motivates you. Like, how are you going to get excited about what you're doing and keep yourself moving forward at every possible step? And then finally, creating an organizational system to keep track of your work. This is one of those really basic, again, probably boring things, but I'll admit it. But the reason it helps is that it helps you to not worry about the little details of organizing all your work for the day and focus on all this other cool stuff. So the more you can focus on the cool stuff and the stuff that motivates you, the easier it is to get stuff done and the more fun you're going to have. And that's the important part here. You want to have fun. All right? So first steps first, finding a dedicated workspace. Here's a picture of my first office at home. It's not my first office. I actually had an office space I purchased for 3 years while I ran my business up in Brooklyn, which was great, actually. It was one of those shared working spaces, so I met a lot of friends and nice people who also were running businesses out of the Dumbo region there. But when we bought our house on Staten Island, we had a partially finished attic, and nobody was going to live up there because it had no heat. So I had electricity, though, so that's what mattered. So I went up there and I created an office, and it was perfect. I go up there, it was so quiet and focused, and I could be up there 8-9 hours a day, and I got a lot done. Not everybody has that. I understand that. So you have to find a space that does work. It might be a cellar, it might be your basement, it might be an attic, it might be, an empty spare bedroom, it might be the living room, but maybe a corner of that living room. It's wherever you can go that you don't typically go. Find a space that you don't already do something in and can focus and get things done. If you're motivated by being with a group of people, freelancing is going to be tough, but there are a few ways to get around that. I work in coffee shops frequently. I used to spend probably 30 to 40% of any given day in a coffee shop just because there's people around and it was a nice break from the day. Libraries are good if you want it free and a little quieter. And parks are great in the summer, as long as you have a decent computer where you can see the screen in the sun. It never sounded good until I'd get there. And then I'm like, why am I not doing this every single day? The park is amazing, but it only works for a few months out of the year. Once you have that, once you have a good space you can work in, it's time to start creating habits. The reason this is so important is because working from home is really hard. There's no getting around that. A lot of people can't do it. Some people try and fail. I've had a lot of people I've talked to and shown a lot of this content to start freelancing and do a really good job of it, and just they have to back out because they can't focus and get enough done at home. They're not efficient enough when they're in the house. And it makes sense. I mean, that's where that's home. It's where you relax. It's where you do chores. It's where you're with time with the family. It's hard to say no to your family. It took a long time for me to learn how to do that. It's not easy, but the way to make it easier is to create habits that turn into a routine. So, for example, I very early on, maybe the second year of freelancing, created a 9-to-5 schedule. It was actually more of a 7 to 2 schedule at the time, but it was a dedicated time, for 7, 8 hours every day that I would sit down and work, regardless of how much work I had to do. If I only had 2 hours of work to do, I would still sit down for that time and do something, work on my website or build out my portfolio or contact new people. And that's how I made sure that in my head, I always knew when I was supposed to be working. When I transitioned back into the corporate world, a couple years ago, this was actually extremely easy for me because I was already working a 9 to 5 every day. The commute was different. That was about it. So actually sitting down and working for 8 hours a day, not an issue. A lot of people freelance and they'll just work an hour here, an hour there, an hour over here. Maybe I'll take this day off. That's great. You have the freedom to do that. It makes vacations super easy. It makes travel very easy. It makes spending time with your kids and doing things with them when they're out really easy. All things I miss. But it also makes it really hard if you ever have to transition back into a full-time job, or if you take on a lot of work all of a sudden and need to get a lot more done in a day. So I recommend having a habit in place, some kind of routine you can follow. One really cool thing you can do to get started with that is to read The Power of Habit by Charles Duhigg. This is a book I read about 4 years ago, and it talks about, it's very anecdotal. It talks about a lot of different ways people build habits, but it also talks about how the brain works and where habits are stored and how they're accessed and how you build habits over time. Highly recommend it to anybody becoming a freelancer, because then you can train yourself to do these things. So decide what you want those habits to be and focus on them daily. Some good habits that I would recommend: waking up early, and early is relative. For example, I have 2 small children, so I get up at 4:30 every day. I don't recommend that unless you have to do it. But if you want to start working at 9, get up at 6:30 or 7. Have time to exercise and eat breakfast and take a shower and get ready for work. Complete X per day. Back when I was writing freelance, I would make a goal to complete, I think, 5,000 words every morning before I would switch gears and eat lunch. That was pretty straightforward, but I knew that if I didn't get up by a certain point, it would be really hard to get that done. So it was just a habit to get it done, regardless of how much content I actually had to write. Exercising and eating well. This kind of goes without saying, but if you don't do the basics to take care of yourself, everything else on this list becomes so much harder. Highly recommend exercising every morning before you start working, and don't get in the habit of eating junk food just because you're sitting at home. Makes your life so much harder. It's so hard to get anything done if you're eating junk food. And then journaling and recording your successes. This is 2 separate things. In the morning, I spend 15 minutes outlining my day. I set goals for the day, and at the end of the day, I write down everything I did for that day. So kind of outlining what I want to do and then what I got done. So I start and end the day on a positive note that way. It really helps to bookend the day for me. All right. Next up, I want to talk about gathering what motivates you. So this is all new, probably for you. It's also kind of hard. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. This isn't easy stuff to do. You're changing everything about how you work. You're changing how you approach, your skills and your time and your day and your space. It's not easy, but if you really want it, if this is something you really want to do, if you want to become a freelancer, if you want to spend more time at home, if you want to travel or make extra money on the side, whatever it is you're doing this for, you need to tap into your motivation, and you need to remind yourself of that motivation every single day, because it's easy to fall into the minutia of, why am I writing for this person who's such a jerk to me? Just remind yourself why you're doing it. At the same time, when you remind yourself why you're doing it, you continuously look for positive experiences. You don't take content just because it's another project. You take it because you enjoy it, or because you want to grow your skills in that area, or because you want to help or be around your family for that week. I know a lot of you probably still have day jobs right now, so this is not something you're doing, full time yet, but think about it that way now. It'll make it so much easier if you move to that point later. So think about what motivates you, whether it's family or friends or a specific goal you have or a lifestyle you want to live. Then create a file on your computer, or you can get a whiteboard or a corkboard or whatever it is, and then illustrate those things. What does it look like? What does your motivation look like? If it's your family, easy. Put up pictures of your family. Have them around you while you're working so you can see the reason why you're doing all this. And then remind yourself daily why you do what you do. That journal in the morning is perfect. Sit down, you're writing for 15 minutes. Tell yourself, these are the reasons why I'm killing myself right now. This is the reasons I'm staying up late tonight to get some extra work done. These are the reasons why I'm watching this video course and taking notes and really striving to get something out of this. That's the kind of stuff that's really going to get you ahead. All right. And then the boring stuff. Switching gears a little bit here. Organizational systems. This is the cool stuff, though. Like, this really helps you focus on what gets things done for you in the background. And it helps you organize all those little nitpicky details that you would otherwise ignore or just not get to. By far, the most important thing you can do as a freelancer is have a good organizational system in place and not just, fly by the seat of your pants and hope you get it done. So creating a system for tracking and managing your work. If you haven't yet, read Getting Things Done by David Allen. This is a fantastic book. It is the first thing I recommend to every employee I hire for the company I work for. It is also a book I reread every year or so and he has a new edition actually out very recently in 2015. So even better if you've read it in the past and haven't read the new edition yet. The idea basically being, though, you record all of your tasks as they come in. You put them in some kind of inbox. Usually it's an app of some sort, but it could also be a notebook. And then at some point during the day, you're going to go through and organize all that stuff. You're going to organize it by project, by context, by priority, by timing, whatever it is. And then you're going to have everything kind of fall into this giant to-do list that's organized by all these different factors. And then when you need to get something done, you can go through and see what's due tomorrow, what's due, while you're in the office, what's due that you need to make a phone call for. However you need to organize that stuff, this will help you do it. Some of the software I use, I have a Mac at home, so I use OmniFocus for that. It also works on iOS, so it works on the iPhone or the iPad. I use ToodleDo on my PC at work. ToodleDo is universal because it's a web app and also has an app for your phone. But it's not the most visually impressive tool, but it's very efficient and effective. Remember the Milk is another great one that works on all platforms. And I recently started working with Todoist, which is a platform that works, I think, on everything. And I haven't really gotten into it as much, but so far it looks really good as a possible replacement for all these other tools I'm using. But the bottom line is, and they all kind of do the same thing, it's a place to put all your stuff, and you don't have to write down in Post-it notes or whatever it is you use right now. You remember all the little things you need to do. All right. The key at the end of this is that you want to trust your to-do list. And this takes a little bit of time, but if you get into the habit of writing down every single thing you need to do, you never have to think about it because it's on a list somewhere. It's been organized. It's been put on a day. You know that it's going to come up before it needs to get done. That's amazing. Like, the freedom you get from that and the mental energy it clears up, it's going to make all of this so much easier for you. If you want to read a book about this, I have a really short one on Amazon that kind of covers all these topics. I'm going to put a link in the notes here so you can go to my website and download it for free as a PDF. But if you want the Kindle version, it's $2.99 on Amazon. It is occasionally on sale, so you can take a look. But the PDF is free. So not asking you to go spend more money on anything, but it is a great short little book. 37 tips just kind of help, organize all this stuff a little bit better for you. All right. Finally, last thing here, work with a purpose. Everything you're doing has a reason. You want to create a work system that motivates and inspires you. You want to know that what you're working towards and the lifestyle that you're building is for you, and that's why you're doing all these things. And then utilize the tools and resources we've talked about to make all this a reality. You're doing these things for a reason. You're not doing it just because you hate your job. I hope you're not doing it just because you hate your job. You probably hate your job because you're not home as much, or you're not doing a thing you enjoy. You don't see your kids enough. Think positive. Those are the things you want to make happen. Don't think negative and I need to quit my job, so I have to do this. It's easy to get into that mindset. Trust me, I've been there. But the more you think positive, the more you focus on what you want to get out of it, the better you're going to be. All right, so last but not least, today's actions. Determine where you want to work on a daily basis and ensure that space is ready for you every day. Create a motivational board or notebook you can reference for these work sessions. Make a list of new habits you want to create and start working towards them. And then choose software and build your to-do list. You can actually do this in a notebook too, by the way. You don't need to use any of those tools. Another really good free tool that I like is called Trello. And it's not designed like that, but it can do all those things just the same. And it's a great to-do list in general. So again, all the links for that stuff will be in the notes for this. So that's everything for today. Make sure you leave comments below if you have any questions. Shoot me a direct email if you want to talk about any of this in greater detail. Check out that to-do list ebook. Download the Kindle or the PDF from my website. You can get it for free. And then there's a couple books in there as well from Charles Duhigg and David Allen. Links for those also in the notes below. So if you're, again, if you enjoy everything and you want to check out, or if you want to leave me a review, I would love it. I would love your feedback. And that's everything for today. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Hey everybody, welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield. And for day 14, we're going to talk about some stuff to think about long term. This is again, back to the boring stuff. As you can see, I'm breaking this up a little bit to make it a little easier to handle. We're going to talk about taxes and legal issues and running a business. And I'll give you the same disclaimer I gave you last time. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an accountant. This is just personal experience and some stuff that I've had to deal with, and a few things that you should start thinking about now. So goals for today, determine how you're going to pay your bills and what those bills are and how to track them. Determine what contracts or forms you will use to protect yourself, if you haven't yet. And then what tax concerns you need to worry about when you get started. Other resources you might have to worry about, such as healthcare, especially if you're in the United States. Here's my American disclaimer once more. I am in the United States. My experience is 100% with U.S. tax and legal. Every country is different, so if you're in Canada or the UK or anywhere in Europe, this stuff's going to be different for you. Even though everything else about this program will be roughly the same, these things are going to be different. And this video is probably not the most useful for you, but they might also be things you want to think about. Even in the U.S., though, every state is a little different. I've lived in Washington and New York. Those are only the two states I've dealt with in terms of those issues. So make sure you look this stuff up for your local area as well. And then bottom line, always talk to an accountant first. Don't listen to me for any of this stuff. This is things to think about, questions to take to your accountant, not necessarily bottom line advice on it. All right. Stuff you're going to need to do, though, some of the stuff you want to take to your accountant and think about. Business ownership. We've talked about this a little bit. Liability and protection against lawsuits. That's part of business ownership. How taxes normally work and then how they now work for you. This is pretty significant. Freelancing in the United States is considered self-employment, and you're going to have to pay a self-employment tax. Now, the reason for this, because at first that sounds horrible, the reason for this is that normally your employer, if you have a full-time job, pays half of your Social Security and your Medicare taxes. When you're self-employed, you pay all of it. So instead of paying the 50% you currently pay, and what they take out of your paycheck is only half, your employer is paying the other half, you pay all of it. So you're paying a little bit more in taxes when you pay at the end of the year. So you have to plan in advance. At the same time, you are not... you don't have a paycheck. So there's nobody taking money out of your check every week or every 2 weeks to make sure that the government's getting theirs. So if you don't make quarterly payments or set money aside in advance, at the end of the year, you're going to owe a pretty big chunk of money, which has come back to bite me a couple times. So it's something you want to think about now before you even start to make money, so you can start setting aside that cash. And then finally, there's the healthcare factor. Another major thing here in the United States, you have to have healthcare to some degree. There's penalties if you don't. There are private marketplaces. It varies so much by which state you live in, so I highly recommend you look this up locally, but it's just something to think about. So if you're used to having insurance through your job and you're considering doing freelancing and quitting your job someday, that's another expense you'll have to look into when you do that. Business structure and tax. So these are the 4 different types of businesses that you can create in general in the United States. An LLC, partnership, sole proprietorship, and corporation. In terms of tax difference, there's a lot of differences here. The bottom line is that you want to protect yourself against any legal issues. Any of these, except for sole proprietorship, will do that for you. And LLCs and partnerships make taxes relatively easy too. You don't get double taxed for anything. Corporations are generally not a good fit for like a 1 or 2 person business. So I wouldn't necessarily look at that unless you want to, depending on where you live, if there's a benefit to it. Again, talk to your accountant. They will walk you through which of these makes the most sense. But the bottom line is that it's important you do one of them, because you're going to need it long term for, asset protection and liability protection, all that stuff. And then expensing and reporting. The government wants you to pay quarterly payments for estimated taxes. This is the IRS. You don't have to do it. I say that in a very funny voice, obviously, because you do have to do it. If you don't do it, they charge you a penalty. It's a very small penalty, but nobody comes knocking on your door. The reason you really should do it, though, despite the penalty, because why would you pay penalties when you don't have to, is that at the end of the year, if you haven't done it, you owe a lot of money to the government. So it's a good idea to keep track of what you're making, set aside whatever you think it's going to be. Depending on how much money you're making, again, talk to your accountant. They can give you an estimate on how much you should set aside percentage-wise. So keep in mind it'll be a little bit more than normal because of that self-employment bit. And then accounting to ensure you have all of the paperwork needed. Keep everything. I don't know. That's the easiest advice I can give you. Whatever it is, keep it. When I ran my business, almost everything was done online. So I got digital invoices for everything, and it just dropped everything into Evernote and FreshBooks. It was easy. It was all there. I would export it at the end of the year, give it to the accountant. He'd take care of it. Done. All right. The other important thing here, though, is to try to do bookkeeping and invoicing over the course of the year. Don't try to catch up at the end. Even if you don't have a lot of contracts, this can get really cumbersome if you wait too long. And then contracts and legal counsel, anything money related, anything, tax related, you want to go through an accountant and then ask your accountant for good, legal advice for when those things come up. You're going to want to talk to your accountant and a lawyer when you create a business. So all this stuff is important and time consuming and a little mind numbing up front, but once you've done it, you don't really have to do it again, and you'll be done and protected and everything will be easy. Now the cool part is you don't really need to do this. There's no legal requirement to do any of this right away. It's just good best practice to get it done so you have it done and out of the way. So for next steps, what I would recommend, decide how you want to report your income. So, whether it's waiting till the end of the year if you don't think you're going to do very much freelancing, or setting aside all of that money and just having the taxes paid quarterly. Talk to your accountant, figure out how you want to handle it. Set up a system to record and track income, expenses, and tax liability. If you're using FreshBooks, it will help you do this. If you're going to do a lot of work, you might want to get something like QuickBooks. There are a few other pretty decent pieces of software out there that are a little easier to use for small business owners if you don't need the power of QuickBooks. And then set times to record and invoice every week, month, and quarter, just to make sure everything's caught up all the time. And really, honestly, the first step in all of this is to find and talk to an accountant. So most of them will give you a free consultation where you just go in and they'll answer questions and help you figure out what you want to do. If you actually need them to do something, like your bookkeeping or your quarterly taxes, they're going to charge you for that. But just helping you figure out some of these questions, a halfway decent accountant will just help you figure that stuff out. All right, so that's everything for today. Again, accountant, talk to an accountant. I'm not an accountant. But just some of the things that I've dealt with in the past. As a freelancer, this all gets much more complicated if you want to start an agency or do something more, robust. So this only applies to my time as a freelancer, a few years ago. And again, in the United States, in the states of Washington and New York. So this is very broad strokes, stuff to think about, but it is important to think about it. So I would start doing so now. All right. So any questions or comments, leave them below. If you would like to learn any more about anything we've been talking about, please shoot me an email or a message and let me know. I'm always looking for things I can build out and add new content on, whether it's to this program or to a new program. I'm 100% game for it. Just let me know what you're interested in seeing. And if you haven't yet, leave a quick review and let me know what you think. Love your feedback. All right, so that's everything for today. I will talk to you tomorrow. Hey everybody, welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield. And today, day 16, we're going to talk about creating capture points on your website. This is all about conversion points into your website and how to capture visitors. We've talked a lot about building a website. We've talked a little bit about building your brand. We've talked about how to get people to a website and how to promote it a little bit, all within the context of being a freelancer. We've also talked a lot about Elance and how to go out there and bid on projects more proactively. This is how you're going to get leads and information from people who visit your website and are maybe interested in hiring you, but maybe aren't on Elance or haven't put out a specific project just yet. So our goals for today are going to be to identify key conversion points for your target audience. So where are they, or what are they doing when they might be willing to fill out a form? We're going to create an email list so you can follow up and nurture your prospects. And then we're going to generate ideas for content that can be given away for free to these prospects. And this last one is a little bit of inbound marketing advice I'm going to give you that is very effective for B2B marketing. And what you're doing right now is essentially B2B marketing. You're a business, you're trying to get other businesses to hire you, and one of the most effective ways to capture their information is to offer them valuable content that helps them solve a problem. So before we get to that though, what are your conversion points? So a conversion point is basically any space, page, moment, button, whatever on your website where somebody might be willing to fill out a form. Usually we do this with a call to action, so a small button or a link that says, hey, do you have a question? Do you want to contact me? Do you want to request a quote? And these are just some examples. So contact is the most common. It's usually in the top level navigation. You might also have a button at the bottom of your page. You might even put forms on the pages for this. Request a quote is a little more formal. This is when people are ready to ask you to do a project for them. I don't recommend making this too upfront and personal, but it's also the most likely to turn into paid work. So it's an important button to have. I usually have at least one request a quote button on every page of the website. Whether it's the first button they see or not really depends on how it converts. Join mailing list. That's a super generic title, and it might work depending on what your mailing list is for. But the bottom line is, if you get people on a mailing list, whether or not they are interested in working with you now or not, you can keep contacting them over time. So subscribe to blog. There's a lot of ways for people to follow your blog. They can follow you on Twitter or Facebook or wherever, or they can subscribe to it through your website, especially if you have WordPress, and they'll just get updates when you post new content. And then download XYZ. This is if you write a piece of content or offer something for free, you can offer a download if they fill out a form so they can see that content. And I'll show you a little bit more about how to do that here in a second. So how to do it? It's very easy depending on how detailed you want to get. If you just want a basic contact or request a quote form, in WordPress, you can install Contact Form 7. It's a free plugin. It allows you to create custom contact forms relatively easily. There are also paid tools to capture information. I've given you a few options here. Lead Pages is probably the most robust because it allows you to create custom landing pages and then capture information from those. It's a little bit more expensive. It's a little bit more time consuming to set up. I don't recommend starting with that, but it is the most powerful. So I'll figure I'd lead off with that. Aweber is one. It's basically the same as Constant Contact. These are both email autoresponder services. So they let you create forms or pop-ups that will capture information. You can create a custom form. It'll go into a list, and then you can send automated emails to people on those lists. So you might have, a 5 to 7 email sequence that goes out, and then every week or so you send them an email saying, hey, here's an interesting piece of information, or hey, here's something you can download, or hey, contact me and order some work. Another service that I really, really like is MailChimp. MailChimp is the same as Aweber or Constant Contact, but it does offer a free service if you just want to get started right away. And you can pay for credits in advance. You can just pay a flat $9 to get started. I think that's the lowest amount. And they'll let you just kind of play with the tool and use all the features it has, and they'll just charge you for every email that gets sent. When you have 0 lists to start, like you probably do, this is a good option because it lets you build that list, and once you have enough people on it, start paying a regular monthly fee, versus these other ones where you might have to pay the monthly fee every month from the start, even when you have nobody on that list. Creating an email list. Okay, so starting with a general list, as you capture information, you're going to create weekly nurturing emails covering topics important to your audience. Basically, you want to answer any questions they might have or discuss new technologies in the field or tactics. Whatever your expertise is, use this as an opportunity to show off a little bit. It's a good opportunity to kind of show them that you know what you're doing and to remind them weekly that you're available. As you build that list, though, you can start segmenting it and creating custom lists. So you might have a list of people who've already requested work or existing customers or people who've only downloaded ebooks. You might also have a list of people by certain countries or states or industries or type of content that they need. That's all going to help you later for marketing. You're going to get higher open rates and higher conversion rates from people when you know exactly what they need based on those segmentations. And then you can build lead magnets, is what we're going to call them. And it's basically just any piece of content or offer you can make that will convince somebody to fill out a form. Even people who are already on your list, if you have a good solid lead magnet, you can get them to reconvert. And the more they reconvert, the more value you've offered them, and the better lead they are, whether they've ordered something from you or not. As for building a lead magnet, there's two types of content here. There's educational content and then evaluation content. The educational content is going to solve a problem for your visitors. So this is an ebook, a free course, a chart or checklist, a video series. This video course you're watching right now is educational content. I'm teaching you how to do something. You know, whether your problem was I need to make more money on the side, or I need to figure out how to quit my job, or I'm not currently employed and I need to make some money freelance. Those particular problems led you to this course, and now you're watching it. That's educational. It's very top level. It can apply to almost anybody on your list, depending on what the problem is you've recognized. Evaluation will help them decide, you know, if you're right for their needs. So this is somebody who's like, okay, I need to hire a designer. I need to figure out who to hire or how to hire them. This is where you might offer evaluation content. It could be, you know, a document about how you work. It could be a document containing examples. So it could be, you know, a 10-page document containing maybe 15 examples of your work. It could be a document talking about different styles of design, or a video showing like the different types of work that you've done. These are all different ways to help them evaluate what their options are and then make a decision. And then any type of content really that speaks to these areas is going to help you, A, capture more people, and B, hopefully get more of them to order from you in the long term. All right, finally, today's actions. The most basic action, if you have no interest in the rest of that, is to get forms on your website for a contact and a request quote. Those are the two basic ones. They're fairly easy. Use contact form 7 if you are using WordPress. If you're in Squarespace or Weebly or one of those, they have a contact form module you can just drop in. So very easy thing to do, very important. Make sure it's done. If you are interested in taking the next step there, build a mailing list using MailChimp is the best one to get started with because it's free. Create 2 to 3 emails to send automatically after someone signs up for that list so that you can follow up with them and kind of nurture that lead along. And then brainstorm your first free content offer and set a timeline for when you want to get that up. It's going to depend on how long it is. If you want to write a book, for example, you probably need a couple weeks at least. And we can go into a little bit more, down the line, how to get that done, how to write the book, how to get a cover, and all that other cool stuff. But right now, just start thinking about what you want that offer to look like, and we can take it from there further. If you do have questions or would like additional information on any of that, please leave comments below. This is not something I go into significantly greater detail on in this course. It's definitely a different topic, but it's something that I wanted to open your mind to because it's a very effective way to generate leads. I've seen freelancers do this. That's all they do. They don't even use Elance, and they get tons of work doing it. So it's very much worth the effort if you want to go that route. But we won't go into too much more detail on it. So definitely let me know if you're interested in that, and I might break that out further for you. I'm also happy just to answer questions and provide links on it. If you haven't yet, make sure you leave a review. Let me know what you think. Love your feedback on the program as a whole. And then any questions or comments in general, just let me know, and I will get back to you immediately. Be monitoring these every day. All right, so that's everything for today. Talk to you tomorrow, and looking forward to it. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield, and today on day 16 of the program, we're going to talk about how to generate some traffic to your website. The goal of which being to get people in front of all that great content you just created and ensure you start generating leads for your freelance business without having to go out and do a ton of work to find them. All right, so the goals today are going to talk about a little bit about SEO, search engine optimization, and how to get your website ranking in Google, among other places. How to get some great short-term traffic while you work on that, and then how to start creating content that will generate traffic in the future. So I'm going to give you a really basic overview of SEO, search engine optimization for your website. This is a topic that goes on and on forever. If you're a numbers person, if you really like analysis and digging into this kind of information, there is so much out there that you can draw from. Moz.com is awesome. SearchEngineLand.com is awesome. These are great sites. They have a lot of good articles. I'm just going to give you a really brief overview so you understand what Google is looking for when they rank websites in their listings and how you can start tweaking your website to match. So some very basic stuff, top-level stuff. First, you have two factors. There's the stuff on your website, and then there's stuff off of your website. So when Google crawls your website, when they look at everything on it, they're looking at these things. They're looking at the depth, length, and originality of your content. So it needs to be unique. You can't copy it from another website. It needs to be long enough, and long enough usually means about 350 words or longer. And it needs to be in-depth and cover the topic. So if somebody's looking for something and they find your site, it needs to serve the purpose that they're looking for. So ideally, they don't click back. They're also looking for the use of images and media clips to visually represent information that you're putting on there. So that's why I say to add at least one image for every page of your website. A service-oriented website, you don't need a lot of media, but if you start blogging, it's something that can really help you. Navigation and usability, and then mobile friendliness. Google will actually not rank your website at all in mobile search if it's not mobile friendly. Fortunately, all of the different templates and websites that we talked about, the last few days are mobile friendly, so it's not something you have to worry about. But if you're going to get a website built by somebody, it's something to think about. And then navigation, you just want it to be easy for people to get around. If you just follow that really basic navigation structure I showed you from my websites, you should be set. All right, and then off-site factors. Google will rank websites according to how other websites view your site. So what that means is if other people link to you, that's a benefit. It's basically like a vote in their system. They see that other websites, other site owners are saying that yours is useful by linking to it. So the more high authority links you get from trusted websites, the better you're going to do. Also things like related content, active conversation. If people are talking about you, if there's links to your content, if there's discussion about what you can offer, it's going to help you in the search engines. And that's why a lot of the promotional stuff we talk about, it's brand building, but it also helps to build your website so that people can find it more naturally. Some quick ways to speed up the site optimization process. If you're using WordPress, download and install Yoast, WordPress SEO plugin. It's free. You can find it through the plugin portal in WordPress, and it has very basic instructions on how to set it up. And basically, it's going to help you by giving a score for every page or post on your site and telling you exactly what to adjust. Whether it's, including more keywords or making the post longer or adding an image, it's going to tell you what to adjust and what to change. And it makes it a lot easier and quicker to make sure your site is optimized for the stuff on the actual site. Another very basic thing to do is just creating valuable content that solves problems. This is something you can do through a blog. So if you're considering starting a blog, start thinking about specific problems or questions your target audience has that you can answer. And then finally, you can get a quick audit from a lot of different services, but the two I like are Raven Tools, which is an SEO reporting tool, or HubSpot, which does kind of a more general marketing score, but they will give you some SEO data. Both of those are free. Just search for the Raven Tools audit or HubSpot marketing score, and the pages will show up, and you can run your site through them real quick. Now, the content generation part. This is probably the easiest way to get your site ranking. If you do all the basic stuff, if Yoast SEO says that your site looks good, the only thing you really have to do from there is create good content on a regular basis. So The goal here is to provide useful content that solves problems, is unique, is well written, is long enough, and do it regularly. So I like to recommend every week at a bare minimum. That's a lot. It is a lot, but keep in mind that all that content's going to build up over time and start to snowball. The more content you have, the more people will find, and the better your site will perform. So try to find some way to create new content every week. If you're not a writer, it doesn't have to be written content. It can be a video or a slide share or even a podcast. Just make something that you can release every week. Sharing content can be done through social media accounts. It can be done through direct outreach. Add it to the link in the footer of your email. Distribution and aggregation. There's a lot of websites out there where you can submit content. Places like Dig or StumbleUpon or Reddit. Forums in your industry. These are all places where you can submit content and people will share it and discuss it. And video and slideshare recreations. This is a very easy way to take content you've already created and tweak it a little bit and submit it to YouTube or SlideShare or Vimeo, and people can review that content, share it. They find links back to your website. Very easy, quick, simple SEO win for you. You get new content out there, and you also get new people finding it. All right. And then any kind of content you produce, make sure it has a clear call to action, telling people what you want them to do after they read it, whether it's contact you or download a book you wrote or go to another page and listen to something you recorded. And then have an email list on there so people can sign up and get new information from you as they go. All right. On the other side of things, generating links to your website, there's a few very basic things you can do, and it gets much, 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 much more complicated than this. If you're an SEO or if you know somebody who is, you can really dive in and do a lot of creative things here. But this is the very basic stuff, just so you know what I'm talking about. The goal here is to get authority backlinks from high-ranking sites. And when I say high-ranking sites, I mean a website that's been around for a decent amount of time, has a lot of good content, and that Google respects. So it ranks highly in Google's listings for a lot of different things. Directories and social sites also provide value. Industry forums or websites, blogs that have been around for a really long time. These are all sites that are going to offer solid value to you when you're trying to build out your audience. Networking with other bloggers and business owners. If you meet other bloggers, if you share content, if you comment on their posts, if you can get a link from one of them on their sites, that's huge for you. So it's worth all that effort to even just for that one link. If you're networking locally, this makes things a lot easier because you might meet somebody who already has a website and you can just ask them for that link. And then creating off-site content that provides value. Again, talking about like YouTube and SlideShare, those are great backlinks as well as content. So if you're creating good content there and you link it back to your website, you're killing two birds with one stone. In terms of outreach, there's a lot of ways to get a hold of people. The key is just to make sure you're providing value. You don't just want to get a backlink out of it. You want to help people. If your goal is always to help people, it's to provide good content and help them, then the outreach is going to work more effectively. And a lot of people are going to be willing to put links to your website on theirs if you're offering value. Now, if you're in a hurry and you have some money to spend, you can pay for traffic. It's not always worth paying for, but if you need traffic immediately, so, if you, for example, if your service is very expensive and very niche, let's say you do some specialty design work for high-tier accountants that very few people can do, or maybe you work with a platform, a brand new programming platform that very few people have worked with. You can pay for that traffic. You can go to Google and you can say, I'm willing to pay for listing for accounting design packages or something. And it's going to cost you per click. So if somebody clicks on that ad, you're going to pay for it. But that's much more targeted traffic, and you can get it immediately. There are other ways to pay for traffic. You can pay for social traffic on Twitter, Facebook, StumbleUpon, Reddit, LinkedIn. All those sites offer paid traffic options. It'll be anywhere between $1 and $4 per click on there. And again, it can be pretty targeted because you can target people based on their demographics. There's direct advertising. You can run a display ad, a newsletter block that goes out in an email. You can pay for solo ads in some people's mailing lists. There's a lot of places to do that. If you go to buysell.ads.com, you can find a lot of display ad options. Or if you go to Warrior Forum, there's a lot of people who sell space in their newsletters. And as a freelancer, selling to marketers and online entrepreneurs is a great way to get started because they all need what you offer. And then retargeting. Once you start advertising or once you get a decent amount of traffic to your website, you can start retargeting. And if somebody visits another website, they'll see an ad for yours based on their behavior. I know I'm jamming in a lot there, but I just kind of want to give you an overview of what your options are. You can do a lot more research on what each of these things offers based on if you have a budget and what you want to get out of it. All right, so for today, I want you to create a quick SEO action plan, which should really just involve going through your website and making sure everything that you've already put up there matches kind of the goals that we've talked about so far. Set clear goals and target keywords related to your new business. Ideally, at this point, you already know what those things are, and you're just going to be tweaking your content accordingly. If you're going to be posting regularly to a blog or off-site, create an editorial calendar for regular new content. This is how you're going to make sure that people can find you more effectively. And then if you're going to pay for traffic, start thinking about where and how much you're going to spend. All right, so that's everything for today. If you have any questions or need any additional information on anything we talked about in today's presentation, give me a shout out here in the comments or contact me directly. And if you haven't yet, make sure to leave a review and comments for the program as a whole. Love your feedback and appreciate you watching. All right, so that's everything for today. We will talk tomorrow. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield, and today, on day 17, we're going to talk about creating additional profiles based on your skills and some of the other websites that are out there. So the goals for today are to create a more targeted presence online and diversify where people can find you, basically so we're not reliant on only one source. When we first got started, I only really talked about Elance and Odesk, mostly because they're the biggest option out there, and that's kind of to make it as easy as possible for everybody watching this to get in. But the problem with them being the biggest is that they're also the most watered down. There's a lot of people on there. You're competing with a lot of different people who maybe don't have the same skills as you, but it's very hard to showcase those skills in such a crowded marketplace. So today we're going to talk about more general sites for all freelancers. We're also going to talk about some more specific sites based on your skill set and how you can start building out a portfolio of profiles that will help you get more work from across a spectrum of different places. It's also important because then you're not reliant on any one website. If one website goes down or gets purchased or merges or whatever happens, you don't immediately lose out on all of your work source. So to get started, here are some general websites for all freelancers. Elance and Odesk, of course. And Odesk recently rebranded. Actually, in the middle of recording these, they rebranded. So you're not going to find Odesk anymore. You're going to find At Work, I believe. That's it's still part of the same brand, and they're all owned by the same company. It's Elance. So you'll find both of those kind of the same. It's a different pool of freelancers that you're competing against and a different pool of people buying, but it's the same general idea. Freelancer.com is, again, the same idea. They're a little bit smaller in scope. What I always found there is that the projects were smaller and paid less, but they're more numerous and generally more international. So if you're getting started, that means there's a lot of opportunities, but it's maybe not the kind of work you're looking for. It's worth looking at. It really depends on your skills, what you want to get out of it. Freelancer.com, they also own Warrior Forum. So you can find, Warrior Forum is basically this maybe 15 years old now, online forum for internet marketers. And there is a fair share of stuff on there that's a little more on the get rich quick side of things. Not that anything like that actually works, but that's the mindset, is people go on there to find out how to make money online. But there's also a lot of professionals on there. There's copywriting forums and YouTube forums and work for hire forums. So you can actually get a lot of work on there, and I have in the past. It's just a matter of not buying into the hype at times, and I would recommend staying away from the Warrior special offers, at least until you start making some money, because they can be very tempting, and you don't want to spend before you earn. Fiverr is a great place to put up micro gigs, little $5 projects you can do really fast. You're not going to make a ton of money doing this, but you might make some great contacts, and it helps you build your portfolio. It really depends on what you offer. You can charge more than $5. There are ways to do that, but it's a matter of if you have a good hook, because there's so many people on there at this point. And then Craigslist is it's the all-time classic local marketplace. My first 2 real freelance projects were through Craigslist. So I always put that on the list, even though it's really not that great of a place to find, quality, quantity freelance projects, it does offer a lot of opportunities, some of them better than others, but there is stuff on there if you look for it. Now, for those of you who have a specialty, which hopefully is a lot of you, there are a lot of specific websites you can go to that allow you to customize, the kind of work that you're bidding on or that people find you for. So I've listed just a few here. There are literally dozens for every type of work you might do. But for example, if you're a writer, there's Writer Access. They pay upwards of 6 cents a word. Well, they pay upwards of 10 cents a word, but you get a fraction of that depending on, what they offer. They're very strict. A lot of these are very strict on who they allow on board, which is a good thing, because if you're a quality writer and you can get on, then you have basically that backing that you've gone through their tests and you've passed their minimum bar and you're up to their pay scale that you want to be at. So Writer Access, Scripted, Contently, iWriter, all of these sites kind of follow that model. Text Broker is a little bit lower key. You really don't get paid that much there. It's a lot easier to get in, and it's more of an open marketplace. So there'll be a lot of projects just listed there. You can just take them and do them, but you won't get paid $20, $30 an article. You'll get paid more like 10. So it really depends on what you want to get and how quickly you need to make money, but there are a lot of great options out there just for writers. So you don't really need to fight through the morass on Elance, if that's the case. On the design side, the big trend in recent years has been this kind of 99 Designs focus. And what 99 Designs does is somebody will post a project for however much money they want to pay. It'll be a lot, for not necessarily for you, but for them. And a lot of people will submit potential designs, and they'll pick somebody to win kind of that bid project, and that person will get paid. So there might be a lot of ways to not get paid for your work here, but it helps you build your portfolio. So if you're trying to build a portfolio, it's a good place to go. There's a lot of credibility that comes out of winning these bids by having the best design. It depends. It depends on the kind of work you do. It depends on how competitive it is, how many people submit designs. CrowdSpring is similar, Logo My Way, Design Crowd. These are all great sites for those things. Just make sure you pay attention to the rules and the terms of service and see exactly how and when you're going to get paid for your work. You don't want to devalue what you do, but it's also worth kind of just getting out there and doing something and getting used to having to work off those specifications. These sites will help you do that. If you're a developer, there are millions of marketplaces. It should be very easy for you to find a listing based on your specific development skills. Scriptlance, SitePoint Marketplace, Joomlancers, Programmer Meet Designer, all awesome sites. There are specific marketplaces based on the coding language you use, on what you're building. It really, the spectrum here. So make sure you do your research. Don't just rely on sites like Freelancer or Odesk or Elance. You can get a lot of stuff more directly, especially if you're an expert in something like Drupal or WordPress development or PHP or JavaScript, whatever it is. The more specific, the harder it is to find people like that, and the more valuable your skills. And then there's a lot of other stuff too. So, for example, voices.com is great if you do voiceover work. There are virtual assistant agencies, and a lot of these, if you Google them, will be people who live overseas, but there are a lot of them as well who are local. Plenty of people will only hire virtual assistants who are local to them for a variety of reasons. Time zone being one of the most primary. So look those up. That's a great quick way to start making money. You can get paid hourly for your work. And then as you go through all these, create a list of job boards in specific fields. You can create a spreadsheet or a Trello board, whatever you want to do, and then kind of have that list there so that when you're looking for work, you can go through it one by one. So you don't just live all day on Elance. A lot of these sites have, if you go to freelancing sites, major freelancing sites like Freelance Folder or Freelance Switch, you'll find lists like this. You can find tips and resources for finding new work. You'll also find great tips for increasing your rates, finding new projects, and growing beyond your comfort zone. These are very important aspects of freelancing. They're not really part of the getting started, the 30 days here, but it's definitely something we're going to talk about towards the end and as a supplement to this program, because once you get your feet under you and you start making some money, the next thing you're going to think is, well, how do I get paid more money? How do I find new projects? How do I build my portfolio? Those are things you will always want to be thinking about, and here we'll talk about how to keep doing that. All right, so for today's actions, choose 1 or 2 sites within your niche and create a new profile on those sites. Start bidding on projects as you've been bidding, but on these new sites, and add them to that spreadsheet that you've been using to measure your results. And then take notes of rates and expectations on these sites. See what people are willing to pay, see what they expect you to do, and make sure you're able to follow up on that. All right, so that's everything for today. If you have any comments or questions, please leave them below. Let me know directly if you want to talk further about any of the topics in here. And if you haven't yet, leave a review for the program as a whole. I very much appreciate your feedback. All right, so that's everything for today. I will talk to you tomorrow. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield. And today, on day 18, we're going to talk about how to create and promote content. Basically, I've mentioned this a lot in the last few days, and what I want to talk about today is how to use content and what it represents in your niche to build an audience and help have work come to you. This is like if you take anything away from this program, it's what I want you to take away is that you don't need to be out there chasing work. If you're an intelligent person who has a lot of skills and background in this area, or even if you're just building up that background, you can get people to come to you. Not only will you get paid more, you'll be in higher demand, but you'll never have to worry about finding work. And that's the key right there. If you don't have to worry about finding work, you can do this full time. So this is the stuff that's going to make the difference and help you do that. Everything else is about keeping stuff organized and figuring it out and making sure you stay on top of your schedule every day. But getting work is the key to freelancing across the board, and promoting content, building content, having a brand is how you're going to do it. So today's goals, day 18 goals, are going to be identifying content creation opportunities for you and your brand. And we're going to talk about various ways to do this. Even, a lot of them aren't writing content, but we're going to talk about how to do content that's not necessarily just text based on your skill set. Creating social media channels to promote that content. So kind of some of the areas where you need to be pushing that content out. And then building an editorial calendar to promote yourself. So basically creating a calendar that you can follow that's going to cover whatever spectrum of time you have available over the next few months. All right, so the kind of content that will promote your brand. A blog is very important because a blog doesn't require you to write anything necessarily. You can have infographics or videos or podcasts or short clips or images, whatever you want to have on there. A blog is a good forum to do it. Forum posts and blog comments, getting out there and interacting with the conversation in your niche, just becoming a voice that people recognize, that's going to help you immensely. Social media comments, interacting with other people on social media, it's going to help you build that audience, but also get your stuff out there. Ebooks and newsletters, very important, but also very time consuming. So make sure these are things that fit within your wheelhouse. If you're not comfortable writing a book, consider doing an infographic. If you're not comfortable designing or writing, think about ways you can develop content that is still free. For example, developers have these amazing skills that they can use to offer free content to people, whether it's a plugin that solves a problem or a free online tool. These things will help build your brand and get you out there. That is content. And, I'm a writer, so I always think from the writing side, but try to think from your perspective, what would be useful that your skill set can match. And then email marketing. We've talked about why it's important to build a list for your website. Highly recommend you do that. And we'll talk about a little bit about how to write content for that list so you can keep building that brand. All right. So using your website to promote a brand, very, very important. We've talked about what your brand is, what you represent, what you want people to think of when they think of you. Blogging is going to help you build that authority and practice your trade. So you're creating content much like you will be for your clients. It also helps you promote your portfolio through offer creation. Basically, anytime you offer something for free that someone can download, it gives you a chance to promote yourself directly. And it helps you solve problems that your target audience might have. So if they land on your website and see that you're already solving problems, then they know that you're going to be good to help them solve their problem, especially if you know more specifically what those problems are. It also makes it very easy to go onto other websites and start solving problems. This picture here is my profile on Lifehack, and what it does is you can see 4,100 whatever influence this is. That's total number of shares from those posts, just from the 6 posts I've done there. So I've gotten a lot of feedback and contacts and information from these posts, which didn't really take me that much time. And it all points back to my website where people can learn more about me and what I offer and what I do, even if I'm not offering freelance services at any given point in time, this is how I can get them to learn more about me. Social media opportunities. So there are hundreds of social media platforms. Not all of them are worth your time. I would recommend starting with LinkedIn. Have a good LinkedIn profile. Make sure it's at that all-star level. LinkedIn will give you that score. Make sure you have a lot of recommendations, and if you can, get some written referrals onto that profile. Build a company page if you have a brand that you've started, and start posting into LinkedIn groups. Find groups related to the audience you're targeting and start posting into those. Twitter is also great. It lets you build an audience and become an authority within your space. It is time consuming. If you want to do Twitter, you got to make sure you have at least an hour a week total that you can set aside to work on that. If you don't have that time, honestly, I wouldn't recommend doing it at all. If you can't invest in Twitter, it's just not going to work. And that's not to say you shouldn't do it. It's just you don't want to do something halfway or spend part of your week doing something that's not going to be successful. So make sure you have enough time to do it, or just don't bother with it. And the same is true for a lot of things. Pinterest and Instagram kind of fall into that category as well. Whereas Facebook, in general, Facebook is tough to use for businesses these days. Those page posts just don't show up. You could have 100 people who like you, and maybe 5 to 10 of them will see any post you put up. Facebook wants you to pay them. If you want people to see those posts, you got to pay. So if you don't have a budget for it, if you don't have a large enough audience, it's really not worth it. I would recommend building something and posting to it regularly and start building an audience that way. But if you can't get 100 likes relatively quickly, it's not worth doing. I have one that's been up for a long time that I maintain just to keep it maintained. But at this point, I think it has 50, 60 some odd likes on it. It's really not worth investing more time into. And then Google Plus. Very little comes out of this for me, but it does have SEO benefits. If you want an article to get indexed by Google quickly, as in immediately, post it to Google Plus. It'll be indexed within an hour. All right, and then finally, editorial calendar. It's all fine and good to say you're going to do something, but until you put it on a calendar and write it down and kind of visualize when it's going to go up, it's hard to get it done. So create a calendar for about 2 to 3 months out if possible, and write down what content you're going to do. You know, not only does it make it so you don't have to think about it next week and the week after that and the week after that and the week after that, but it helps you get ahead. You know, if you have a few extra hours any given week, you can write a couple extra blog posts and be ahead for the next 3 weeks because you know what's on your editorial calendar. Make sure you build content that matches your skills, though. Don't feel obligated to write stuff. You know, just because my examples tend to be writing, doesn't mean you have to write something. Our audience is increasingly visual. Videos perform far better than blog posts almost always. Not that you have to do videos either, but it's just an example of why content can be anything. Anything you put out there that provides value is content. All right, and then today's action, decide the type of content you want to create, outline a calendar of content you want to create, and build it out for about 2 to 3 months. And then start building those social media profiles if you don't already have them for any channels on which you plan to promote stuff. That's it. I mean, it should take too long. You don't need to start writing anything today. The key is just to have it in mind. Like, what can you do that provides value to people? All right. So if you have any questions, if you need any clarification on anything we talked about today, please leave comments below. And make sure, if you haven't yet, leave me a quick review and an overview of the program, and any feedback you have. Very much appreciated. That's it for today, though. I will talk to you tomorrow. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield. And today, day 19, we're going to talk about emailing contacts in your industry. Basically, how to use email to promote your new business and network with other professionals. So the goals for today are going to be to identify your target audience and start building a list of prospects. So who can you contact, who needs what you offer, and how are we going to reach them? You're going to determine the method you'll use for reaching out, whether it's email or LinkedIn or whatever else you want to use. And then we're going to create an email marketing campaign with the resources you've gathered. Basically, our goal is to reach out to people directly rather than waiting for them to come to us, just to kickstart things and start connecting with people that you would find ideal clients. So to do that, we need to identify your targets. The first question to ask is, who do you want to target? By now, hopefully, we're almost 3 weeks in. I'm hoping that you have a good idea of who your ideal client would be. Who do you want to work with? whether it's a veterinarian or a doctor's office or a plumber or a local contractor or a restaurant. Who is the type of business owner or individual you want to work with, and where do they spend their time? This is how you're going to start creating your list. Now, you can do this manually, and the easiest way to do it is to use a tool like LinkedIn or Facebook just to look people up based on those criteria. Or you can pay someone to do it. In the past, I've been able to pay people to manually put these lists together based on the criteria I provide. Pretty inexpensively, but inexpensive is relative depending on your budget. So you're still looking at $50 to $100 to build a solid list of a couple hundred people. So it's up to you. It takes maybe 2 to 3 hours to do this. So even if you just gather a handful of people within an hour, that can get you started. I would only aim for batches of about 100 people at a time, though. That'll save you a lot of time. And make sure you create a new separate email address while doing this so that you don't have any issues with your current email address. We're not spamming people. You're going to email them directly. You're going to provide direct information. You maybe won't even email them. You're just going to use this information to kind of build a profile and learn how to target better. But if you do email people, you don't want your current email address getting overflowed or shut off even if people complain. Another tool you might consider is getting Boomerang for Gmail, if that's what you're using, or just using Outlook. Both of them let you schedule stuff and check for follow-ups without having to do it all manually. So it'll speed things up quite a bit. If you haven't yet, we talked about this just a little bit. Focus on a vertical or geographical area. It's great to work with everybody when you first get started. So if somebody comes to you with a project and you want to do it, please do it. But don't necessarily target everybody. Choose a specific area so that you can build expertise in that area and start adjusting. It helps you learn the language a little bit. You can go on LinkedIn groups and look up, for example, plumbers and see how they talk about their business and what they need. It also helps you kind of adjust your marketing campaign and your tactics and the language you use on your website based on what that persona talks about. It also helps you kind of adjust things like email headlines and copy, because if it doesn't work once, you know that all these people you're contacting kind of have roughly the same background. It'll help speed things along. Okay. Make sure you personalize your message, though. Like, don't use a form letter. That's borderline spam. Even if you're sending these individually, you're going to get a low response rate no matter what you do. So the key here is to make sure that you customize as much as you can, talk about their business, use their name, their business name, their competitors' names, and you can use a template to get started, but make sure you tweak it as much as you can. And that's why I only do batches of 100, so I can focus a little bit. Be prepared for rejection. I think out of every 100 emails I used to send, and this was like very early on. Once you get your website up and all that content churning, that's going to do a lot of the work for you. And if you have money for an advertising campaign, you can almost skip this lecture completely and just focus on paying for the traffic so people come find you. But in the meantime, if you don't have any money and you don't have any content up yet, this is the most efficient way to get started reaching out to people. Just don't expect a lot of them to write back. And some of them might not be very nice. Again, this is not the easiest thing in the world to do. It's akin to cold calling. And, in my example, I'm writing emails, but you can cold call as well if that's easier for you to do. It's a little faster, but you get just as high a rejection rate. So something to keep in mind. Not the most comfortable thing in the world to do, but a great way to jumpstart things once you get going and to learn a lot about that target audience. So where are you going to find those prospects? LinkedIn is great because everything's broken down by demographic. I'd recommend paying for the LinkedIn Premium for 1 month. I think you can get one as low as $30, depending on what level you pick, just so you can get that extra search data and you can find people more efficiently. The key, though, is to find the right person within a company. If it's a small enough company, like if you want to target small local businesses, you can just go directly to the owner every time. But if you're targeting medium-sized businesses who have 20, 30, 40, 50 employees, you want to find the decision maker for that production level work. So, like for example, in an agency, it might be a content manager of some sort. In a slightly larger production company, if they produce a product or service, it might be a director level. Account or project managers tend not to be decision makers, but they can refer you to the people who are. And then again, small business owners always have decision-making capabilities, but don't necessarily expect them to understand that they need your services. Ideally, you want to find somebody who already knows what they need. If you're going to use LinkedIn, you can use direct outreach through your existing network and groups. So how LinkedIn works is that your network is as big as everybody that you're connected to. So anybody you have a direct connection with is a first level connection, and all of those people's connections are second level. You can contact any of those. You can also contact anybody who's in a group with you. So the more groups you join, the larger your audience. But there obviously are millions of people on LinkedIn. So if you want to access people who are not in that network, you have to pay to do it. You can do that through InMail or sponsored InMail. These cost money. That's part of the LinkedIn Premium campaign. But it ensures they open it. If they don't open that email, you don't have to pay for it. So it is pretty targeted, and you do get a lot of responses out of it. But whether you get work out of it will depend on how keen your targeting is and how direct you are with the emails you send. And then creating your letter. Avoid copying and pasting form letters, but also don't write from scratch every time. So it's kind of a catch-22, but you'll want a template, something to start with, something basic. I'd aim for 150, 200 words tops. Keep it short, add an image or a call to action. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit marketing. If you're going to add an image, though, make sure you at least have an image of your picture as well, in the signature. It's fine because people, it's the second they start reading, they know it's a marketing message anyways. Just don't make it too cheesy or over the top. Link to a form on your website or a piece of content you've created. If you are creating content, have an offer of some sort, this is a great way to build trust. It's just be like, hey, I have this awesome thing. You want to take a look at it? Rather than, hey, do you want to hire me? Because the latter, even if they would be interested, it just comes off as a little too direct sometimes. You'll get a lower response rate. So unless they're ready to hire at that exact minute, it's going to be a little tough. And then schedule time for your messages that you can reply to immediately. This is where Boomerang or Outlook come in handy. Even if you're prepping all these at 11 o'clock at night, you would want to schedule them to go out at a time that's convenient for you. So, for example, if you're available to answer emails at lunchtime every day, then you'd want the emails to go out maybe 10 or 11 a.m. so that by the time you start getting responses, if you do get them, you can respond immediately. Okay, so for today's actions, identify who your target audience is, research and build out a list of prospects, or at least get started if you're going to do it manually. Create a template for your form letter that you can work with for your audience, and then generate a list of leads for who you're going to send to. Finally, start thinking about when you want to send that message. It's a lot of work. This is a lot of stuff to do. And again, if you're already getting work, or if you have built out content, or if you're paying for advertising, you may be able to skip this step or at least tweak it, depending on where you're currently at. I would not necessarily recommend, however, just spamming a lot of people really fast. It's time-consuming and expensive, but also not particularly effective. This level of targeting is a little more effective, and it'll help you kind of reach those people more directly and so hopefully start building your client profile faster. All right, so that's everything for today. Make sure you leave any comments or questions below, and if you haven't yet, please leave a review of the program. I love your feedback, and I will be back tomorrow. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield, and today, day 20, we're going to talk about guest posting and skill barter, basically how to get your name out there and start building an audience more effectively so people can find you and trust you and be willing to contact you. So our goals today are going to be to identify opportunities to barter or share skills with others, using volunteer or pro bono opportunities to build your reputation, and then approaching other websites and business owners about guest posting and getting your name out there. So let's start with guest posting because it's probably the easiest thing to do here. What is a guest post? It's any kind of content written or produced for another website that for free that they're going to post in exchange for a link back to your website. It does a few things. It builds trust. Basically, you're borrowing trust from their network. It builds relationships, and it builds backlinks. The latter is kind of, you can't think of that one first. While it might impact like what sites you go to ask for guest posts, it shouldn't be the first thing you're trying to do. It does allow you to network with other site owners, though. You start meeting people and interacting with them on this level. And keep in mind that not all of these are articles. Guest posts can be anything that you put out there for free and you use this exchange for. Guest post locations. Where are you going to put these? You might post to other blogs. It's a very easy way to do it. There's millions of blogs out there, a lot of them on topics related to what you're trying to do. Established networks or marketing platforms, LinkedIn Pulse or groups. These don't even require approval. You can just submit content to them, but they're great backlinks. YouTube channels and interviews on podcasts. All of these I've done before. All of them were very effective. They are more time consuming than building content for your own website, but you can leverage them much more effectively, and you get the backing of that other individual's audience. Real quick before we move on, though, a caveat to this: low quality guest posts, and that doesn't mean the content is low quality, but the quality of the website you're posting to is low, are a red flag for Google, because they know that people can use this to game the system a little bit. So if you're going to do guest posting, if you're going to look for websites to post to, find quality sites that offer quality links. Don't post to just anywhere, because it will come back to bite you. So what can you share? I've always written articles. You can see one here I posted to a work from home blog a few years ago. I've also worked with people to develop infographics. Infographics are great because you can post them to your own blog and other blogs. You just email people and ask if they want to post it. WordPress plugins, these spread like wildfire if you build a good one. Videos, interviews, webinars, ask me anythings. All of these are great content. All of them can be posted to other websites. The key is to make sure that you're building the best piece of content you can. Like whatever level of quality you would post for your own website, ramp it up 10% because you want it to be top tier stuff. Not only so it gets approved, but also so you can piggyback on that trust and authority of the other website as people link over to you. You want to create a plan for this, though. Guest posting takes time. From the moment you submit something, it might be anywhere between 4 to 8 weeks before it gets posted. It also takes time to create the content. And it generally takes time to make sure it's the high enough quality that you want it to be. They might have edits for you. They might not accept it. There's a lot of things to keep in mind here. So build a list of topics based on the types of content posted on these websites. Do your research, basically. Go to the sites, see what they're posting. Build out a list of stuff that's similar to that. See if there's anything that you don't think they covered very well. For example, if there's a post on there that's very popular, but you think you could write it better, write it better. People love that. You're building definitive content that will help them build out their own audience. Create powerful tools people can use. Even if no site wants to post it, if it's something people can use and you can show that they're downloading it, people will eventually share it. And then use existing platforms to grow your reach. I talked about YouTube and LinkedIn. There's a lot of platforms out there that you don't necessarily need approval for that'll help you grow your audience, and it makes it a lot easier for people to share your content. All right. I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture that we'd also talk a little bit about skill barter and pro bono work. Bartering skills it's a little trickier. You have to find people in your area who need what you have and you need what they have. You know, if you're building a website, for example, and you're a writer, use that to your example, because a lot of developers could use a writer on their site, and you obviously need help on development. Sites like the Warrior Forum are great. Local mastermind groups are great. Local networking events are great. Just make sure you have business cards and be willing to pitch yourself. Now, the other awesome thing you can do that'll really help you build your portfolio and get that word of mouth you need to build your business is to volunteer and work for free. Obviously, you have a limited bandwidth to do that, but if you're trying to build your portfolio and your reputation, pro bono work is awesome. So look for local organizations that you support. A church, for example, is great. Nonprofits are great. Schools are great. They all need stuff, and most of them can't afford the high prices of quality contractors. If you do it for free, not only can you show your quality, you can help the community, and you can build your portfolio. Plus, those organizations tend to be very diverse and have a lot of individuals from different backgrounds. Some of them might need to hire you for actual pay back at their day job. But generally speaking, it gets your name out there. And bottom line, you're doing something good. I mean, that should be what really matters. You can benefit yourself, but you're also benefiting the community. And you'll feel good about it, and it really makes what you do feel that much more important. All right, so today's actions, what I want you to do: identify some guest posting opportunities for your content. Start generating a list of good content you can create, and send out your first couple inquiries. You should also check your local social circles for options to volunteer or anybody else who might need pro bono content or services based on what you're working on. If you do all those things, you should be set for today. Make sure you leave any comments or questions below. If you have any feedback directly from me, contact me. I love that feedback. And make sure you leave a review of the program once you've gotten through most of it here. That's everything for today. We will talk tomorrow. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield, and today on day 23, we're going to talk about 5 quick, cheap, easy, smart investments, basically how you can spend a little bit of money early to get started. So the goals for today are going to be to utilize 5 free marketing tactics to drive traffic and find work, creating accounts in some key places, and generating interest in your service. So tactic number 1, free advertising. We talked about spending money before and how you can drive traffic more immediately. The cool thing is most of these profiles or most of these sites offer free advertising for some amount of money. You can get a $50 ad credit relatively easily from Google AdWords or Bing just to getting started. You basically just have to spend some money and have a credit card on file, and they'll get you some kind of seed money to get going. It's not going to be enough to drive a ton of traffic, and I highly recommend you spend some time targeting and figuring out who's going to match up with your business best. But if you want to drive some traffic early and see what happens, this is a good way to get started. Make sure you find a good cost-effective keyword in the 50 cent to $1 range. That's going to help you drive a decent amount of traffic, maybe 100, 150 clicks, but not so broad or inefficient that the people who land on your website have no interest in what you're selling. It's tricky. There's a lot that goes into Google AdWords and Bing. I mean, this program isn't nearly in-depth enough to cover it in its entirety, but if you're getting started, Google will walk you through the basics, give you some suggestions, and help you kind of put out some ad money there. If you land one good lead out of it, it's totally worth it. If you find that it helps, you can keep paying. If you don't have to keep paying. You can put it on pause as soon as that credit's used up. Tactic number 2, Elance. So when we got started, I told you Elance is free, and it is. You get 30 or 40 credits to get going, and you can use those to bid on projects. But upgrading to a paid Elance account gets you a bit more. You not only do you get more credits, you get a few other options that unlock. You can open up additional categories. So if you want to bid on both design and development, or if you want to bid on marketing and sales along with the writing side, you can do that by paying a little bit extra. It really just lets you ramp up your efforts quite a bit, and it ensures that your profile shows up as one of the premium profiles. You also get some additional statistics and useful information for improving how you interact with other people. It's not required. You can use Elance for free. You always can. There's just a limit to how much you can do. So keep that in mind. If you're really ready to jump up, though, I think it's $20 a month to get started, and that'll help you. I think it doubles the amount of bids you can place. So it really helps you kind of jumpstart things quickly. Promoting your content. You can promote anything you've put out there through StumbleUpon, Reddit, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. They all have advertising programs, but they're also all free, and you can get decent traffic from them relatively easily for free. Or you can pay any of those some amount of money, or you can pay Outbrain or other content networks that will publish your content to pretty large websites. If you're part of the Outbrain network, you can post to sites like CNN or Lifestyle.com or Lifehack, who will place ads from that network on their websites. You're going to get a lot of impressions, not too many clicks, but you get the benefit of being on those websites, and you can kind of drive traffic from a very broad audience. If you plan on promoting content, make sure it's a piece of content that's very targeted and that you're very sure of the value of. Something broad or general, or just a blog post on a general topic, is not going to perform as well as, say, an ebook or an infographic on a very specific problem people might have. A little bit more on social advertising. LinkedIn advertising is pretty expensive, relatively speaking, but it's also extremely targeted. And you're not going to get that many clicks, so it's not that big of a deal. You're not going to pay a fortune for it. You're looking at $2 to $4 per click, though. So again, make sure it's super targeted when you post it. Facebook's promoted posts. Basically, you're paying money for people who already like your page to see your content, and then anybody that they're friends with. It's a little frustrating. As a business owner, I've actually pulled almost all investment out of Facebook. And now as somebody who runs another business as an employee, same thing. We don't really use Facebook at all, including promoted posts. The return is low and the threshold for entry is too high. That said, it does work really well in some industries, so it can work for you. I'm not saying it doesn't. Just be wary of the size of your network and how much you can get out of it. Twitter promotion is in the same boat. I've seen some people do really well here, but really paying for Twitter is more effective for growing your audience than for anything else. I wouldn't spend a fortune on this because you're not going to get a bunch of leads out of it. But if you want to build your audience early, this is the way to do it. Overall, though, almost all these social platforms are great ways to promote content, and the cost is pretty low. Like any of these campaigns I talked about, you can do something for $5 or $10 and see results. And then building an email list. We talked earlier about how you can get going on this for free. MailChimp lets you do a pretty basic free account. You can also pay for the number of emails you want to send. If you want to pay for a full service, you're looking at somewhere around $20, $30 a month. If you need traffic for your email list, this is where things can get a little pricier, though. You either need to advertise to get traffic to your website so people sign up, or you can pay for email list promotions, either solo ads, in which case you're writing an email that sends to somebody else's list, or paying for an advertisement in somebody else's newsletter. You're also going to want to generate content that drives traffic to your landing pages, where people will sign up for that list, and then paying for the attention to your new lists. Every time you create a new list, you're going to have to pay or build something that will drive people to it. It's time consuming, it can be costly. It's extremely worth it because these are people now who you can contact anytime you have a special, anytime you have an opening in your schedule, anytime you launch a new ebook, anytime you need a review on Amazon or Google or wherever. This is your target list. So it's worth building up. All right, so for today's action, focus on identifying the type of traffic you want and where you can pay for it. Set a budget for paying for that traffic, and then create the accounts needed and start using whatever paid ad credits you get out of it. Almost all these services will offer you some kind of credit at some point. LinkedIn sends them out a lot. Google sends them out a decent amount of time. So does Bing. Keep your eye out for those. Some of those credits can be pretty substantial, and then they'll help you kind of get rolling. All right, so that's everything for today. If you have any questions or comments, please leave them below. And if you haven't yet, please review the program as a whole. Would love your feedback. That's everything for today. I will be back with tomorrow. Talk to you then. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield. And today, day 24, we're going to talk about how to get feedback from your early clients and how to use that feedback to build your business. The goals for today then are going to be to contact some early clients and request feedback. And we're going to talk about how to do that and where you can get them to post that feedback. Basically, the goal here is to help leverage whatever early successes you have to build your business more rapidly by generating social proof. So the feedback process, this is how it looks. When a project is completed and it's completed successfully, because you want good feedback, you will reach out to individual clients and ask them to provide some kind of feedback for you. Now, you're not always going to get feedback by default. There was a study not too long ago that said, I think it was talking about Amazon reviews, only 1 in 1,000 people who download or interact with a book will actually leave a review. And then another study, I think shortly after that, stretched that number out to closer to 1 in 10,000, especially if the content was free. That's not very often, so the only way to kind of tweak that is to ask people to do it. If you don't say anything on Elance, for example, you might get a review once out of every 4 projects, and you're much more likely to get a negative review than a positive one because people who are upset are much more likely to leave a review. There's significant value in those good reviews, and psychologically, people need to see a good 10 or 15 positive ones to every bad one to weigh them out. If there's one good and one bad, most people will hedge their bets and avoid that individual. That's a 50% rating. You really want to be in that 90% range. Now, ideally, you never get any negative feedback, but it's going to happen. You're going to rub someone the wrong way eventually, or someone's just going to be in a bad mood or think you charge too much or whatever it ends up being. It won't be your fault necessarily, but you'll get it, and you want to make sure it's balanced out by as much positive feedback as possible. If you do get negative feedback, respond carefully. Email the person, ask them what you could have done differently, if there's anything you can do to help. Don't immediately respond with an angry comment of your own, because that just makes it look like an argument. But at the same time, be willing to defend yourself, or at least offer clarity, in a comment or review that tells people why that negative review happened. But in the end, it's all about the positive feedback. Over the course of 5 years as freelancing, I got maybe 100, 150 reviews from individual clients on Elance alone. And I think 145 of those, so all but 4 or 5, were very positive. A very small number of people were negative, and they've been kind of watered down at this point. You really don't see them in the results. It happens, though, and you just have to roll with the punches when it does. So when you don't receive feedback, which will be most of the time, how do you ask for it? First off, should you ask? If you think you did a good job, if you think you got the job done early, at a decent cost, and with a high level of quality, ask for a review. Absolutely. If you are concerned that maybe the person wasn't 100% happy, or maybe there's something you could have done better, first off, offer to fix it. But second off, maybe question whether or not you need a review out of that person. Some people just are difficult, and you don't want their reviews. But all feedback has good value. You want to get quality feedback from people. When you do ask for it, send just a quick, simple email. Don't kill yourself over it. Just be like, hey, had a great time working for you. Would love to do it again. If you have a few minutes, if you can leave just a quick, review for me. There are a lot of places to get those reviews. Always try to get feedback on Elance, because that's how you're going to build your portfolio and help raise your ranking in the search. You can also ask for recommendations on LinkedIn. You can ask for reviews on Google. You can ask for quick reviews on Facebook. And then the ultimate is to ask for a testimonial or use of a case study on your website. So if you really think you killed it and they're happy, escalate and ask them to offer additional feedback and review elsewhere. The long-term value of that feedback is that, A, you gather testimonials. If somebody leaves a good review, ask them if you can use it elsewhere with their name attached. About half of people will say yes to this. They won't volunteer it. You have to ask. But once you ask, they usually say yes. Verify all your credentials on Elance as soon as possible. So Elance lets you verify things, and if somebody's left a piece of feedback, one of the verification credentials can be they'll call that person and ask them, is this true? And if they say yes, you get that verified symbol on your profile. It really helps to kind of build credibility that you've gone to the trouble to do that. You can use feedback and samples on your website, but again, always ask for approval first. Don't just start posting stuff. And then you can use it for samples that you send out to people when they're asking for examples of work you've done in that area. Again, short of an NDA, most clients are very flexible on these things. It's a great way to build an audience and to kind of make sure that when you do send out content, it's relevant and it's quality content that somebody really liked. So today's action, create a list of clients to ask for feedback. If you haven't gotten to that point yet, start thinking about how you're going to ask for that feedback. Send a letter to ask for feedback from anybody who is applicable. If somebody has negative feedback or has a concern, address it quickly, be nice, be responsive, fix the problem. Even if they're not happy in the end, you'll feel good that you did good work by fixing the issues they had. Negativity just breeds negativity. There's no reason to go down that road, but at the very least, you can end it on a positive note from your side, and that's going to make you feel good about what you did, if nothing else. All right, so that's everything for today. Make sure you leave any questions or comments below. If you have any additional thoughts or anything specific circumstances you want to review related to today's topic and getting feedback from clients, please let me know and I'll help out. And if you haven't yet, leave a review of the program. I would love your feedback. All right, that's it for today. I will talk to you tomorrow. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield, and today, on day 25, I want to talk about how to evaluate your income and start bidding accordingly. This is actually one of the first questions I tend to get about freelancing, is how much to bid and when to start bidding more. And the reason I put it towards the end of this program is because it's really not the most important factor. As you build your brand and your website and your profiles and start building a portfolio of clients, that's how it's really going to help you. once you have those skills and have shown you can do these things, that's when you can start asking for more money. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about how to review the first month and start adjusting your goals based on how you did. And then start asking questions like, are you making enough money yet? Are you spending the right amount of time bidding? The problem with freelancing is that you can only do one of two things. You can either look for work and generate sales, quote unquote, or you can do the work and deliver. Finding a balance between those two so that you always have stuff in the hopper to do is hard. And that's why I've spent so much time talking about building websites and promoting yourself, is because that's going to help fill that hopper more consistently without you having to do so much work for it. So, evaluating success. Now, first off, remember that it's only been like 3 weeks. Even if you haven't gotten a project yet, it's not a big deal. You've done so much good work, you've built a solid foundation, you have so many things in place now that I guarantee that first project is right around the bend. So be realistic about what you can actually accomplish. Don't expect to have suddenly replaced your income. It takes a while. It took me 3 months when I first got started, and to me that was really quick to replace my income and quit my job. And that was back in a time when I was not making a lot of money in my post-college job, so it wasn't as big of a deal. If I were to do that now and try to replace my income, it would take several months. And what we want to do, though, is we want to start adjusting your bidding to match what you're going to get in terms of new work. So if let's say you've picked up 3 projects this month and you've made maybe $1,200 off of those, and your goal is $2,000, but you know you really can't do any more work than you currently are. You've maxed out whatever additional time you have on the weekend or after work, and you just don't know how to squeeze any more in. That's when it's time to start doing some math. So you know that you're making $1,200, you're not quite to your goal of $2,000. You need to increase your income by 60%. So you need to increase what you're charging by 60% because you can't actually do more work. The cool thing about freelancing is that while you are still selling time for money, you set the price. You're not going to work for somebody who's telling you this is how much you make, and in a year, if you do a really good job, you might get a tiny little increase. You can decide suddenly overnight, hey, I'm going to charge double what I used to charge. And nobody can stop you. They might not hire you, but nobody can stop you. The cool thing is they generally will continue to hire you. People are willing to pay if you can show that you're going to do the work effectively. So the next thing here is client and project diversity. There's always that risk of the big fish client. I ran an agency for several years after I was freelancing, and we always would get stuck in this situation where we'd have one client who made up more than 25% of our total revenue. That's dangerous, because if you lose that client, you're suddenly making less than you need to survive. And the same thing can happen as a freelancer. There was 1 year, in fact, where one of my clients made up 57% of my total income. And when I did my taxes at the end of the year, I looked at that and said, this can't work. It's not going to work. If I keep doing this and he leaves, I'm not going to be able to pay my rent. So you want to diversify whenever possible. When you already have a full schedule, let's say one client has booked you to do so much work that you're busy for the next 6 to 8 weeks, you still need to find time. You need to find ways to diversify. Spread that project out a little bit. Keep looking for work even though you have a full schedule. Is outsourcing a possibility this early? Maybe, maybe not. There's a lot of opportunities, but you want to think about the option. Outsourcing may be part of that big project so you can bring on other smaller projects. It's a lot more work, but it's going to help make your freelancing business healthier and more effective long term, because if that client leaves, then you can keep going. There's no problem there. All right. Now, telling a regular client no, even if you don't want to, this is really hard. Somebody who's paying you a lot of income, you know that they're reliable, you know they're going to keep giving you work, but maybe it doesn't pay enough, or maybe it's not the type of thing you want to do. At a certain point, you might decide, I need to say no to them. I need to change the kind of work I'm doing. You need to treat every person as a business partner, and if it's not in your best interest as a business owner to do something, then don't do it. Don't make it personal, because the minute you make it personal, they're going to take advantage of you. Finally, there's this whole issue of surplus time. You're going to have extra time at any given point, and you can use it effectively to build your reputation and your website and generate better leads. So generally what happens is, you have enough projects to do. Maybe you've got a project that's really quick and efficient and you're making decent money at it. And you only need to work 40% of the time that you have available. So that means you can do one of two things. You can either relax and enjoy all that extra time, or you can go look for more work or build out your website or build your brand further or start working on a side project that'll help build your business. There's a lot of things you can do to invest all that extra time and possibly even money if you're making more than you need into a secondary income stream potential. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next couple days. But the key is to evaluate your results and improve the process. Don't just sit back on your laurels and be happy with what you're getting. Look at whether you're making enough money. If you're not making enough money, how can you change your rates? Are you working with enough diverse clients that if something happened, you'd still be okay? And finally, what can you do with the extra time that is available? If you can answer all those questions effectively, and don't expect it to happen overnight, this will take several weeks, even months. It's just something I want you to keep in the back of your head. You'll have a healthy freelance business that can support you moving forward. All right, so today's actions: review your current and past projects, determine whether to change your bidding strategy. So if you're not bidding enough, or if you're bidding too much and you're not getting enough work, now's the time to adjust it, and decide how to spend the time in the coming weeks and months when you have extra time. All right, any questions or comments, please leave them with the notes below. And if you haven't yet, please leave a review for the program as a whole. I'd love your feedback. That's everything for today. We'll be back tomorrow. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield. Today on day 26, we're going to talk about creating a 60-second sales pitch. And the reason I set this up as a very standalone lecture is because so many people have trouble doing this. I know I certainly did. And it becomes even harder the more you do freelance work, especially if you decide to go full-time at some point. Telling people what you do and how you do it, and actually selling yourself instead of kind of demurring and saying, "Oh, I just do freelance," because then that's the answer. They're not going to ask any further questions. So today we're going to talk about how to start reviewing ways to generate work offline when you're interacting with people off the internet. How to create an elevator pitch you can deliver when you meet those people. So having an answer when they ask what you do, and then looking for opportunities to network offline. Like where can you go and how can you meet these people, and use your pitch. So your pitch should have a few things in it. First off, you want to avoid just saying what you do all day. That's the easy answer, and it doesn't really help. If somebody asks what you do, I used to say I'm a writer, and the first question they would ask me is, "Well, what have you written? Is there anything online I can see?" And the answer was always no, because I ghost wrote a bunch of stuff for, websites about health and fitness equipment and dog training. And not only did I not really want to share that, but it was hard to find anyways. So instead, what you want to do is talk about where there's a need. So kind of the pain point that leads people to hire you, how you specifically fill that need, and then why you specifically are the person that anybody should choose to fill that need. And you want to do it really concisely and in language anyone can understand. So for example, instead of saying I'm a writer, I would say every website needs a lot of content, not only to make the search engines happy, but to ensure people who land on that website find the information they need. I develop copy that matches search engine requirements and speaks to the human so that it converts at a high level. And I've been doing it for 5 years and have helped launch 100 websites. That's my pitch, or it would have been my pitch 5-6 years ago when I was writing website copy for SEO standards. It changes over time. It depends on what kind of work you're doing. But if you give that answer instead of saying, I'm a writer, people, not only do they understand what you do and why you do it, but they understand why they or someone they know might hire you if they need somebody for that specific need. You're describing a situation that they might actually be in or know somebody who is in, and that's how you get people to start referencing you and referring you to other people. So the key then, the last thing on that is just to avoid using jargon or acronyms or anything that's going to make it hard to understand. Talk in terms they understand. So like, you want to get the website ranked in Google, there's a special formula, you don't have to tell them what it is, in the content that helps make that possible. I know that formula, and I can utilize it when writing copy. That's the kind of information you want to share in your little pitch. And it's going to help because it makes it relatable to people. Everybody, especially in the business world, everybody's dealt with that, trying to get a website ranked in Google. that makes you relatable, and it helps them to understand what you do. At the same time, make sure you're matching your pitch to your audience. So it's going to be different in different places. For example, if you're talking to a group of real estate agents at a networking event, they're going to be very, very interested in that whole part about ranking in Google and getting people to convert on a website. Whereas if you're talking to your family or friends from college, maybe they don't care as much. Maybe you can focus more on the part where you help build businesses or promote a new young business. Instead of saying, I optimize content to get it ranked in Google, you can say, I help small businesses grow their websites so people can find them. It's the exact same thing, but the messaging changes depending on who you're talking to. At the same time, you should practice often with family and friends. Your family and your friends and anybody they know are going to ask you what you do. Those are great times to practice and kind of engage in conversation. Go to networking events and answer honestly when someone asks what you do. Use these responses and it will start a conversation. People will be interested in what you say. Regardless of what field you're in, they do want to learn more about how freelancing can help them. All right, and then always speak positively. Never say, "Oh, I'm just a writer," "Oh, I'm just a developer," "Oh, I just do some, cheap web copy for people." People are going to take you at face value. If you say, "Oh, it's just this," they're like, "Oh, okay, it's just that." Make it sound exciting, make it sound interesting, make it sound important. If you do all those things, people will believe that it's interesting and exciting and important, and you'll start to believe it too, and you'll actually enjoy the work you do. If you start talking down or don't want to answer that question or feel self-conscious about being a freelancer instead of having a full-time job, it's going to make it very hard to have these conversations. In the end, you're actually a business owner. You do work, you consult for other businesses. That's the conversation you want to have. Why do we do all this? Anybody can be a client. You never know who's going to need what you can offer. If you answer this question to your cousin at Christmas and he's like, "Oh, you know what? My boss has actually been talking about needing somebody to do that for us." Bam, you just got a good lead. You never really know when it's going to happen. So always be prepared to answer this question, exuberantly and with a lot of energy and information so that people can make a decision on whether or not that's interesting to them. You're constantly selling yourself. As a business owner, you have to be selling yourself. And honestly, if you haven't yet, get some business cards so that when you have this conversation, you can give them a card. And if they do think that's interesting, they can share that. All right. And then finally, looking for offline networking opportunities. There's a lot of stuff you can find on sites like lanyard.com, has a lot of local conferences, and meetup.com is even more local. This is like little groups that people put together in your area. Both are going to have a ton of events in your area. Look up business events or industry events based on like the niche that you're targeting. Try to attend at least one event per month. It's exhausting. I'm not going to lie to you. But when you go to these events regularly, people start to learn who you are. You build a reputation. You build an audience. It gets a lot easier because you've done it multiple times. And you're going to meet a lot of people. And you never know how many leads you're going to pull out of that conversation. And then if you really, really get into it, you can join local mastermind groups or online discussions. These are people who get together regularly to talk about business and how they can help each other grow their businesses. The Warrior Forum is great for this. You can also find meetups that do it, or you can just get together with people, via Craigslist or online forums and discuss things either in person or on Skype. All right, so for today's actions, I want you to create that 60-second elevator pitch for your services. Order some free business cards from overnightprints.com. Hand them out to people you meet, just so you have them when you have those conversations. And then tell at least 3 people you know tomorrow what you're doing and why. Even if it's your spouse or your children, just get it out. You've practiced this, get those words out there and discuss what you're doing and why you're doing it. And it'll help you kind of get into that mindset. All right, so that's everything for today. Make sure you leave any questions or comments below. If you have any additional questions beyond what you've seen here, please shoot them over to me. And if you haven't yet, please leave a review for the program. I'd absolutely appreciate it. All right, so we will talk tomorrow. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield. And today, on day 27, we are going to talk about targeting a project for your downtime. You're going to have some extra time, especially if you start doing this full-time at any point. And that time is extremely useful. It's something you can use to promote your efforts and work on any number of projects in your spare time. So the goals today are going to talk about evaluating opportunities you can use to generate passive income. And passive income is revenue that comes in whether you're working or not. So, for example, if you wrote a book, you could make money on that book forever as people buy it off Amazon or wherever it is. Those kinds of opportunities can help grow your income and open up new opportunities that don't require you to just sit down and write or develop or design all day. What is your ultimate goal in business and life? I hope you know this. I hope that you've already thought about this. I hope that's the reason you're here. But if you haven't, now's the time to start thinking about, what you want to get out of all this and kind of how these passive behind the scenes efforts can help make it a reality. And then exploring your first opportunity to determine next steps. We'll talk about how to get started with all of this. All right. So there is a risk to downtime. This is, being in all honesty here. If you go free full time or if you set aside a certain amount of time every week, you're going to have stress the second that you run out of work to do. I know I certainly did. Even if I had worked steadily for 7, 8, 9 weeks and I got ahead on income, I would immediately get stressed out the moment that I started to fall behind. But if without any plans, all I would do is bid and then waste time distracting myself. I would mess around on websites or, write things that weren't very useful or even work on side projects, but I wouldn't really have a plan for what to do with them. And what that all meant in the end is that I didn't know what to do to keep moving forward with my income. What you can do, however, is leverage that time to create smarter opportunities for yourself. Your time is worth money. If you use it when it's available and you use it wisely, you can succeed even greater than you currently are. So that's what we're going to talk about. There are a lot of different things you can do with the downtime. So here are some examples just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. You kind of want to avoid any really big projects to get started. You want to aim kind of for that sweet spot of the 5 to 10 hour projects. And I'll talk a little bit more about some of the stuff I've done that fits into that range. And I'm actually working on a kind of a case study series right now of those 5-hour projects with some checklists so you can see exactly how those things work. If they're not up while you're watching this, make sure you shoot me a message if you want to learn more about it. And I'll make sure I put you on the list. So as soon as they're ready, you can get those case studies first. All right, so project ideas. Write a free reporter ebook. If it's free, you can use it to build your email list, which is going to help you do a bunch of other stuff down the line. Create a podcast or short video. This is actually a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun as well. It really depends on where your skills are. I do a lot of podcasting. I enjoy it immensely, but it's time consuming. And if you don't have the skills or the software already in place, it may be something you want to jump into right away. Go meet people and build your network. Ideally, you already have that one networking event scheduled for the month. Add more if you have the time for it. Those things always pay off in the end. Blog and comment on other blogs. You can add more blogging to your schedule. If you're blogging once a week, try doing twice a week, 3 times a week, whatever it takes. Start building out that network. Create an affiliate site for a product you like. A lot of products online have programs where you can, if you refer traffic and somebody purchases that product, you will make a little bit of money. Amazon actually has this as well. So if there's something out there that you really, really enjoy or want to write about or want to talk about, this is a great way to make some money doing it. And then write reviews or record videos about products you like. Even if it's not an affiliate situation, this will help you build authority and get traffic to your website. And it's going to help you kind of become an authority on the topics in that range. I've written a handful of times about different productivity and to-do apps. And I regularly get people sending me, trials and licenses for these apps so I can try them out and talk about them on my blog. So here are some things that I've done personally. At the top of the list is Amazon Kindle. I'm a writer. I can write a lot really quickly. So this is kind of where I've always focused my energy when I have free time. Most recently, to recording this, I wrote a book called Trust Your To-Do List. 37 tips to boost productivity daily. And it did very well for me. It was only about 25 pages, but to date it has over 6,000 downloads after just a couple weeks, honestly. That's something that's really easy to do. This is going to be probably the first case study in that series I was talking about, so stay tuned for that if you want to learn how I did that. But that was probably a 5 to 10 hour project. So it was something I did in my spare time recently, while working, and it was something that I enjoyed and had fun doing. It was a nice marketing experiment. It's not going to make me a fortune. It's a few extra bucks every month. But it worked, and that's the fun part. Like, it was revenue that came out of that. Affiliate marketing sites, I've done a few of these. These are a lot harder to get started because you have to get traffic to them as well. So if you're really interested in the SEO side of things and want to generate traffic through search engines, this is probably the way to go for you. I also generated PLR, that's private label rights products. Basically, it's articles anybody can take and use without copyright issues. So people are paying a license for it. If you are a writer, that's what you would create. If you are a developer, you might create a plugin or a theme that somebody could download a license for. If you're a designer, you might create stock photography or stock illustrations that you can load up on sites like iStock. All of these things are recurring revenue. Once you create it, it'll keep generating revenue as long as people buy it. And then online training courses. Basically, this thing, what you're watching right now, was another side project from my spare time. So these are all things that I do when I have the time, just trying to invest in myself and invest in my future and build something that can generate revenue over time. So what's the value in all this work? Your short-term income might be small. You're not going to make a fortune writing a 25-page book for Kindle, but your efforts will last forever. So that book's going to be on Kindle for the rest of time. Right now it averages about 5 downloads a day. If it keeps doing that, that's a couple $1,000s a year. It might not keep doing that, but for a 5 to 10 hour investment, even if it only lasts for 3 to 4 months, that's great. I'm happy. 1 month of work, 1 month of results on that, and I'm happy. It allows you to leverage what you create to generate income, and it will continue while you're inactive. So same idea there. It's going to keep making money even after you're done. You don't have to keep promoting it. You don't have to do any more writing. You certainly can. That's only going to help. But when you're done, you're done. It's going to keep generating revenue. And it's a great way to grow your network and control your brand. If you're proud of what you do and you put your name on it, it's going to get out there. People are going to find it. It's going to help you build your brand and start reaching new people. All right. And at the same time, because you're doing all that, it's going to show you to new prospects, even when you're not actively marketing. People will find you. They'll find your website. They'll find your content. That's the key, is to keep building that network through the work you're doing. So for today, create a list of potential projects for the next time you have no work. Set some goals for what you want to do with that downtime. And don't expect a miracle overnight. Honestly, freelancing is going to be your primary income source from these side projects for a while. Any passive income source that you generate is not going to blow up overnight. But there are a lot of small, easy projects you can get off the ground relatively quickly. And again, just make sure, sign up for that email list or shoot me an email about those case studies. They are very interesting to see exactly how you can get something up in just a few hours. And I will give you the checklist and everything that goes with it so you can see exactly how I did it. All right, so that's everything for today. Leave any questions or comments below. Make sure you shoot me an email if you're interested in those case studies. And if you haven't yet, please leave a review for the program. I'd love your feedback. All right, that's it for today. I will talk to you again tomorrow. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield. And today, day 28, we're going to talk about investing your freelance profits. We're going to talk about turning all that success into new opportunities through careful investment. And the reason I wanted to talk about this towards the end here is that as a business, you want to think about ways you can grow and improve and increase your profitability, not just replacing your current income. Now, there's obviously different situations here. Maybe you need the income. Maybe you're unemployed. Maybe you're trying to supplement. Maybe you have big expenses. This is not meant in any way to tell you how you should or should not be using the revenue you're generating. This is just talking about ways, if you're making more than you need beyond what your current revenue is, even if you're building towards a goal, how you can reinvest some of that profit and use it to grow your business faster. All right. So today's goals are going to be determining how to spend or save your profits as they come in, evaluate when you are actually profiting. So I'm going to use that word profit throughout, and profit really means money beyond expense. And expense is your salary, to put it simply. Whatever amount of money you need to survive or that you need to replace your current income, that's expense. Anything beyond that is a profit. All right? And if you do have a day job, deciding how best to build out your business or save that money for quitting your job. So the first thing you can do, and this is not easy and is also equally time consuming. And I'm going to say that up front. This is very time consuming. So Don't expect that you can just outsource things and it'll save you time in the long run. It takes time to find people, to manage people, to edit their work, to check their work. If you're not, it doesn't scale as effectively as you might think it does. So outsourcing is something to use carefully, but if you do it well, it can help you grow your business. And it requires finding good people and knowing how to manage those people and having a good checklist in place. But if you set a good quota, so you know how much to outsource or how much to spend, this is just part of budgeting, and if you ensure you never overspend, so you're not spending more than you're making, it can leverage your time a little bit. You're having other people do the work for you, and you can focus on other things. For example, let's say you make $5,000 a month designing different logos and pieces of graphic information for websites. If you want to work half as much, so you want to cut the amount of time you spend every month working in half from that $5,000, so you're going to do $2,500 worth of work, but you want to keep your income exactly the same, then you're going to have to find somebody that you can outsource the rest of the $2,500 worth of work to, and then you're also going to have to generate more revenue. So there's a lot of factors involved here. In that case, let's say you find somebody to work for half of what you work for. You need now to generate $7,500 of revenue every month. Although you will have, half as much work to do, but then you have to manage that individual. So you can tell it's kind of a rabbit hole you go down here. It is an investment. It does save you time and make you more money in the end. But keep in mind all those factors, because it's not as easy as just give somebody else the work and make more money. You have to manage those people, and that's a full-time job in its own right. Building websites. A lot of things you can invest in here. You can buy domain names, whether you're going to use them now or not. You can pay for hosting space, something you should be doing anyways, but you can upgrade it so you can host more websites. You can pay for plugins or themes that are going to help you build that website out. Or you can pay for content and graphics. If you're willing to pay for the whole thing, you can get a whole website developed in less than a month. Easy. If you know what you want to build and you have the cash on hand, websites can be built almost overnight. That's how many people are out there and how skilled they all are. The key is how much money you want to spend on it and how much money you have to spend on it, and what you're going to use that website for, and if it's going to generate you more revenue. All things you need to keep in mind as you do this, but if you do it effectively, a good website can be something you use to promote an ebook you write, or a podcast you record, or pieces of content you want to sell yourself. Lots of different ways you can use this as an investment source. There are a lot of people out there who will build a website and then sell it off on marketplaces like Flippa. It's really a matter of what you want to do with it and how you're going to make money out of it. And we talked a little bit about that yesterday in terms of how to make money on the side. Here's how you would spend the money to speed that up a little. Other investments you can make. You can buy new websites, existing ones, again on like Flippa. These are sites that are ready to monetize. So if you have something in mind and don't want to wait for it, you can buy a full ready to go website. You can hire people. This is going beyond outsourcing. You can go out and hire an individual, and usually one of the first people you would want to hire is like a virtual assistant or something similar, somebody who can manage all the day-to-day stuff that you don't have time for anymore. You can buy software or tools. Arguably, this is almost an investment you don't have a choice on, especially if you're building anything. If you're a developer or designer, if you don't already have that software to do that work, you need to buy it. And quitting your job. This is an investment. Obviously, you need money to do this. I'm not going to give you, in-depth advice on your own expenses here. That would be a whole other course on its own, how to quit your job. But when you are preparing to do so, you obviously want money in the bank. You want to think about factors like health insurance and taxes. You want to make sure your revenue's covered. You want to make sure your income is diversified enough so that it's not at risk. A lot of factors to consider there, but the more money you make from freelancing profits, the more investment you can make on that front. Along those lines, if you're saving up for a major transition, you want to know how much to save and when to have it by so you can eventually quit. I'm not going to give you any kind of hard numbers here because it really depends on your situation and if you have a family and where you live and what your expenses are. But spend some time, determine how much money you need in the bank before you make this move, how much revenue you're generating. You don't want to go from paycheck to paycheck as a freelancer because it's way scarier. You never know when the work's going to dry up. And then start thinking about how close you are. With a very realistic timeline, can you get it done in 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years? Be realistic and don't be depressed if it's like a year or two from now. You can build towards that over the course of that time. And all the money you make extra is just it's going in the bank. It's stuff you're going to have for that rainy day fund. As you continue to move forward, set aside profits, find ways to reinvest, find ways to generate passive income. That's how you're going to have fun. That's how you're going to build out a business in this way. And it's how you're going to make it so much easier for you to quit your job someday. All right, so for today's actions, very simple. Decide if and what you want to invest your profits into, and then create an action plan for how to do that. If you have a personal finance manager or somebody you can talk to about this, I highly recommend doing so. An accountant is very helpful as well. They can talk about which things make the most sense. The key here, though, is just to make educated decisions about how to spend that revenue. Don't see it as extra money. Don't see it as expendable. If you're doing this to have fun and you just want to make a little extra money to have fun with, 100% okay. And I'm a little jealous that you have, not everybody has that opportunity, and that's awesome. That's really cool. And to be honest, I did when I first got out of college. I didn't need all the money that I was generating, and I wasted quite a bit of it. But if you have a family, if you're trying to quit your job, if you don't have a job, if you're trying to supplement your income, now's the time to start thinking about what you're going to do with that money and how you're going to manage it. Because if you think about it later, when it's too late, it becomes that much harder. So that's everything for today. If you have any questions or comments, please leave them below. If you haven't yet, please leave a review of the program as a whole. I would love your feedback. We will be back tomorrow. Thank you very much. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield. And today, day 29, the penultimate day in the program, I want to talk about evaluating performance for the first 30 days and what you're going to do next with what you did. So for today's goals, I want to talk about taking some time to evaluate how you performed and what you can learn from that. Establishing a regular reporting schedule so that you're reviewing your efforts often. And then looking at positive results to see if you were successful and made enough money. Basically, we're going to look back over the month, see what worked well, see what didn't, see what we can change, and then put into place a system so that you're doing this kind of reflection regularly. So, income and other factors. Most people measure their success with a business on income alone, but keep in mind it is not everything. First off, it's never instant. Something that I found very interesting when I got started that one of my mentors told me is that the IRS, when you start a new business, expects you to lose money 3 out of the first 5 years. If you report a loss the first year of your business, they're not going to audit you. They're not going to audit you the next year. They're not going to audit you the next year. At a certain point, they expect you to start profiting or to shut down. But most businesses lose money for years before they start making anything. And there's a reason for that. It's because it takes time and money to make it work. The cool thing about freelancing is that the amount of time it takes to make it work is much shorter. You can start generating true revenue and making money and replacing your income in as little as a month or two. The 30-day timeline for this program is very realistic if you happen to land a couple projects. If you haven't yet, though, don't be discouraged because there's a lot of other things that you have done. Ask yourself if you're improving. That's what really matters. At the same time, if you have a day job, start looking at, is it suffering in any way? Are you falling behind? You don't want to hurt the income you already have that's steady, just working towards something that doesn't exist yet. This is the hard balancing act to make. So you're spending a little bit of time on it at the end of the day and on the weekend, treating it like a hobby almost. But it is a business, and if you don't think about it that way, it's not going to succeed long term. So you need to balance everything out and make sure you have enough time and resources to invest. But at the same time, don't focus only on income. Focus on all the positive you are getting out of it. Do you have a website up? Do you have a profile up? Have you landed any projects? Do you have any feedback yet? Have you worked out any passive income sources? All these things are positive steps moving forward. And even if the 30-day plan that we're doing here takes you 3 months instead of 1 month, that's 100% okay, especially if you have a full-time job and a family. Squeezing that in is not easy, and I completely understand that because I also have a full-time job and a family. So you want to make sure that you're doing everything in a way that is conducive to the results you're trying to generate. Progress and scalability. So to that end, regardless of where you are against the 30-day plan, have you made real progress since day one of this month? Think about that for just a second. If you've made progress at all since the first day of this program, then you have been successful. And don't be cynical. Don't think I'm being, patronizing you in any way. This is the truth, because you've gone from not having done anything to generating whatever revenue you did generate and building out whatever resources and platforms you did. The key now is to look at what you accomplished, how much you got done, and seeing how you can scale on that for the next month. How can you build on what you've already done and continue to grow it, even if it's at that same pace? If you're operating at a half pace, how do you continue operating at that half pace? If you're operating at double pace, if you're watching this on day 14 and you're that far ahead, how can you ramp things up even faster and start generating revenue by the end of the first month, let alone the first year? And then what do you need to do to realistically do this full time? If based on your progress and how you think it'll scale over the next couple months, what are you going to need resource-wise, time-wise, investment-wise to turn this into a full-time job? Only you are going to know that based on your current situation. Start thinking about it. Start evaluating it. Start asking people in your life what they think. This is the key. This is where you're going to find the most success, is when you start thinking and really writing down what the next steps are going to be. Key metrics I want you to think about. Income. I know I said it's not the most important thing, but it's the first thing on your mind, so let's put it at the top of the list. The number of jobs performed. This is very important because it helps build out your profile and your portfolio. The leads gathered, because even if you haven't gotten a lot of projects, if you've gathered 10, 20, 30 leads, those might turn into projects down the line. Content created. What have you built that you can now show people? Whether it was paid or not, whether maybe you did it in your spare time, maybe you launched a blog in week 2 and you now have 10 blog posts up because you had the time to do it. That's a huge asset. That's something you can continue to work with. And then connections formed. Who have you met? Who have you talked to? How many relationships have you built? This is important. Now, finally, taking all this information, I want you to start thinking about how to review it on a regular basis. And I'll just tell you how I review my information regularly. Every morning I get up and I write in my journal for 15 minutes. And in that journal, I just kind of write about where I'm at, what my thoughts are for the day. And then I copy and paste actually from the week before, my week's goals. So I have 3 goals for the week, and then the day's goals. And the day's goals are broken down. On weekdays, I'll have 6 business goals and 2 personal goals. And on the weekend, I'll flip that and have 6 personal goals and 2 business goals. And I found that number 8, and I didn't make this up. Unfortunately, I can't remember who recommended this to me. It was somebody online, but I did read this on another blog, that 8 is kind of that magic number where you can actually handle it. Some people will do less. 6 might be better for you. I know some people will keep their list down to only 3 items at a time. 8 is good for me. 6 and 2 works for me in terms of how my day is broken up. Those are the things I want to get done during that day. And it helps me think about the day in advance, and it helps me kind of prepare for it. At the end of every day, I write down everything I did get done, including whatever was on that list and anything additional, just to end the day on a positive note. Once a week, I'll review those weekly goals to see if I met them. And once a month, I'll sit down and look and see where I'm at against my overall goals for the year. Am I moving towards them? Did I make progress? Did my website get more traffic? Did I make more money? All those things. So I want you to sit down at the very least and go through everything we talked about today at least once a month. Pick a day, spend an hour or 2 once a month going through all these key metrics, see how you performed, compare it to last month, compare it to when you started. And ideally, you're seeing month-over-month progression, and that should be a positive note that'll help you kind of lead into the next month and set goals for the next month. So today's actions: review everything we discussed and determine how successful your first month was. Compare to only your metrics. Don't worry about other people. Don't compare notes. Don't go out there and look at what other people are doing. I know I've told you how successful I was early. Don't think about that. I share that information because I want you to know that it's possible and to feel energized and motivated, but I don't want you comparing yourself to me because it's a different situation. I was a 22-year-old kid with no family. I could get started much faster. It really depends on what situation you're in. And then determine the next steps for your business for tomorrow's planning. Tomorrow's the last day of this program. We're going to talk about how to plan for the next month and beyond, and then we're going to wrap things up. So start thinking today about what those next steps are going to involve, what you enjoyed about this month, what you didn't, and we'll take it from there. All right, so any questions or comments, please leave them below. If you haven't yet, please leave feedback on the program as a whole. I would love to read it. And I really appreciate you getting this far and sharing this journey with me because I know this stuff can help you, and I'm really excited to see the results you get out of it. All right, that's everything for today. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you so much. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield, and today is day 30. This is the end of the program. Today we're going to talk about setting goals for month 2 and how you can start building on whatever success you found in month 1 as you move forward. Goals for today are going to be talking about the results that we reviewed yesterday and how to take those and create new goals moving forward, and then decide how happy you are with the month 1 results. And if you're not happy, what can you change? And if you are happy, how can you build on those and continue moving forward? So there are a few different types of goals. And again, like I said yesterday, income should not be the first thing you think about, but I know it is. So we're going to start there. Trust me, I do the exact same thing with financial goals. How much freelance income do you want to make? What is the target? Are you trying to replace an income? Are you trying to supplement an income? Are you trying to pay for a trip or someone's college? What is your goal with this, and how far did you go towards meeting that goal? What do you need to do to achieve this goal? Be very specific. If your goal is to make $20,000 a year and you made $1,000 this month, you're doing great because you're very close to that number. But now you need to make $19,000 in the next 11 months. So you can start evaluating and changing and tweaking what the system is to make sure you reach towards those goals. You know what you need to get. You know what changes you need to make. What other projects can you work on, and what financial goals do you have? Anything passive, anything additional, anything beyond what we've already discussed that you want to work on that can kind of help you towards that goal? Now's the time to think about it. And then how much time will you invest in achieving these goals? As you sit down and write them down, make sure you're thinking about the time that you have available and the time you want to spend. Don't think about all the time in the world because there's other things you're going to want to do. You're going to want to go out with your family. You're going to want to go out with your friends. You're going to want to spend time relaxing. You don't want to burn out completely. Balance out that time and make sure what you're planning is reasonable. Some other goals you might want to think about, non-monetary. Remember the definition of a goal too. It needs to be actionable. So don't make your goal something like make $5,000 or build a big blog. It needs to be something specific that you can, if I was to ask you, how are you going to achieve that goal? You should be able to answer that question. If you can't, then you need to be more specific about what the goal is and how to make it realistic. Remember, SMART goals: smart, actionable, reasonable, and timely. Blogging goals: how many visitors do you want to get? How many leads do you want to generate from your blog? How many links do you want to get to it? Networking goals: how many people do you want to meet? How many of those people do you want to have be potential prospects or customers? Bidding goals: how many projects do you want to bid on per day, per week, per month? And how many of those do you want to turn into projects? And then building your portfolio: how big of a portfolio do you want to have? How many things do you want to add to it? How much work do you need to do to kind of build that out? Work versus fun. Okay, so this is the tricky part. Everything should be fun. You want to have fun with what you're doing. That's the reason why you're watching this, hopefully. But it's also a job and a business. You want to treat it as such. I've made this mistake too many times to count. I'm well past it at this point, but if I'd invested the money carefully and saved it and not been silly with it early on, I'd be doing much better in life. It's a job and it's a business. You should take that money and you should invest it accordingly, and you should plan accordingly. But you should also be proud of what you've done and learn to appreciate all the small successes you achieve. Again, income's important, but it shouldn't be the most important thing. When it becomes the most important thing, all you do is look at the books and if you were up or down. You don't think about all the small successes you had. Maybe a big blogger that you respect picked up your post and retweeted it or something. That's a big success. You should write that down. You should be happy about that. It might not lead to revenue, but it's something cool that came from what you did. Those are the kinds of things I want you to think about, because that's the fun stuff. That's the reason why we do all this. And then think about if you're succeeding in any small ways you may not have noticed. If you do what I do and sit down at the end of every day and write down all your successes and all the things you accomplished, these things will start coming to mind. It really helps to end the day like that, not focusing on what did I not do today or how much further behind am I on revenue. Thinking about, man, I got 2 blog posts written today and I got all my tweets updated and I met this awesome person at this networking event that I don't know if he needs anything from me, but we had a great conversation. Like, those are things you want to write down, because that's the stuff that you're really getting something good out of. So for today's action, review what you did in month 1 and determine how you can improve on it in month 2. And enjoy the fruits of your labor. Relax. You just freelanced for a full month. You've gone through this whole program. I really, really appreciate you trusting me and spending your time with me these last 30 videos. It's been a lot of fun, and I really hope you've learned a lot about freelancing, about owning a business online, about building a website and promoting yourself and creating a brand that people are going to trust and that you can use to build out a business, whether it's a freelance business or a bigger business or something more substantial. This has been a great journey. I'm very, very honored. The fact that you trusted me and have come along the whole way has been fantastic. So please leave any questions or comments below about today or any of the videos as a whole. If you haven't yet, now we're at the end of the program, please leave a review. I really, really would appreciate your feedback. If there's anything in here at all, from any of the 30 plus days here that you'd like to read more about or watch more about or learn more about, please just let me know. That's how I'm going to choose and decide how I build out new programs or books for Kindle or whatever it ends up being. I want your feedback. Those are the things that I know that people are interested in and that I want to help you as much as I can. So that's the content I'm going to create. All right. So that's everything for today. That's everything for the program. Thank you so much once more. If you have any additional questions or comments, please just let me know. And happy freelancing. Good luck with everything. Hey everybody, welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield, and today, day 13, we're going to talk about how to expand and build out your portfolio. Talking about how to add content that reflects the breadth of skills you offer. This is something we've talked about a lot already, but I wanted to get into a little bit more detail because I know a lot of people have trouble doing this before they actually land a few projects. So we're going to talk about how to develop, a working portfolio you can be proud of. These are the goals for today. Identify 2 to 3 new areas you can show your skills in, and then revise and update the presentation of your profile on your website. Finally, what are you least comfortable doing in the field you represent, and then how can you address it? That's a very important factor that a lot of people avoid, but we can actually make a benefit for you with your portfolio. So a good portfolio has 4 things. It's got at least 5 items in it, regardless of how many skills you're or services you're offering. At least 5, just to fill it out. It's got multiple styles and types of projects, showing the breadth of your skills. It's got highly polished content, so everything's formatted the same and within best practices for this type of project. So you don't have different fonts or different layouts or different PDF styles. Everything's the same. And then it's all representative of your style and work methods and the types of projects you want to work on. So you're not showing examples of work you don't actually want to get, just because it's really good. So here's an example of a very early portfolio that I did for my Seattle freelance site, way back in my freelancing days. You can go there, you can see a lot of the different kind of content I wrote. This is the first portfolio I put up online. I think it has 4 different types of content on it. So there's articles and press releases and ebooks. And it mostly covers topics like dog training, which was one I really liked working in. It's a very easy topic for me to write about and very enjoyable and very ethically sound. And then video game writing, because as a recent college graduate, writing about World of Warcraft was very cool to me. So I would frequently look for those projects. It's not the only portfolio I've had, though. We had an agency portfolio on the Great Leap Studios website. We had an active portfolio on the Elance profile. And, there's also other things you can do. You can make custom local portfolios. Or you can make it available to upload upon request per topic. It really depends on what people want. So if you want content to be different. For example, on your Elance profile versus your website, that's something you can do, or you can break it down further from there. A good portfolio is going to have 5 to start, but it's going to grow over time depending on what area you're in and how you're growing and what kind of work you do. Like if you do a good project, you want to put in your portfolio, obviously. When adding an item to your portfolio, though, there are some basic minimums you want to have. So everything should have an image. This is harder for writers, trust me. Usually when you see a portfolio, you see a lot of visual representations of work. Writers don't have that visual representation of work, so you have to decide whether you want to get like a stock photo or have like an image of the actual document. I opted for the latter usually. It's up to you how you want to do it. The goal here is just to make it easy for people to see what you've been doing, not necessarily to make it visually stimulating, unless you're a designer or developer, in which case it's very important. You also want to include client feedback if you can. So ask them for a quick quote or use the feedback they give you on Elance. And then if you can, the results that it garnered. If you're writing something, try to find out how it was used and what happened with it. For example, if it's a blog post, find out how many hits it got, find out how many leads it generated. If it's a piece of website content, see if that page increased conversion rate or whatever it is. Most clients aren't going to tell you these things unless you ask, but you'll be surprised how many of them will tell you if you ask, so it's worth asking. Finally, competitor profiles, look and see what people have and then try to cover that, and then target projects. Make sure it's covering things that you would like to get. So for example, I wanted dog training and World of Warcraft content projects, so that's what I put in my portfolio. The goal of a good portfolio is to build a narrative of who you are and what you can do for people. That's what these things should be doing. So it shouldn't be a random hodgepodge of stuff. It should be a very clear picture of the kind of worker and writer or designer or developer, whatever you are. So when people find that, if it matches what they're looking for, they'll hire you. Now, for your weak points, this is one of the areas that a lot of people ask me about. What do I do about the areas in which I know I'm not any good? Do I avoid it? Do I find something to put up there anyways? It's hard to kind of tackle a new area, for example. One of my weakest points early as a freelancer was long-form content. I hadn't written any ebooks or anything really longer than 20 pages, about a year into my career, and I was missing out on a lot of projects. People were asking me to do ebooks, and I would turn them down because I didn't really know how to approach it. So what you can ask yourself now is what you're least comfortable doing as a freelancer. What kind of projects are you avoiding, or are you just not super psyched to get? And then how can you focus your skills on strengths and build on your weakness incrementally? So your portfolio is going to focus on stuff you're really good at, right? That's fine. And ideally, if you're driving traffic to your website, those are the kinds of projects you're going to pick up over time. That's what people are going to find you for. In the meantime, to build on your weak points, you can go actively looking for projects. When you bid on stuff, or go write a proposal or pitch something on Craigslist or wherever it is, you can look for the types of projects you are not comfortable doing and just offer a competitive rate as an opportunity to learn more. This is one of the easiest ways to build out your portfolio, and to become a better freelancer is to spend time finding these areas of weakness and building out your skills in those areas. At the same time, you can also generate new portfolio items based on those weaknesses. Let's say you are weak in ebook writing, like I was. You can just write an ebook for yourself. It doesn't have to be something necessarily written from scratch, but it could be something that you can use for your website, or maybe it's just on a topic you enjoy. Maybe you'll launch your own ebook because of it. Whatever it ends up being, use that opportunity to build out your portfolio a little bit. All right. And then finally, for today's actions, identify what your ideal portfolio looks like. Outline specific tasks needed to build your portfolio further, if you haven't done it already. Check your competition for ideas and thoughts to see what they're doing with their portfolio. And then create a list of samples you can create or reuse for your portfolio, so you can start building it out. All right? So that's everything for today. Make sure you leave any comments or questions in the area below. And if you haven't yet, drop a review for me and let me know what you think of the program as a whole. All right? So that's everything for today, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Hey everybody, welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield. Today we're going to talk about how to establish and build a brand. Obviously, starting from scratch a little bit, so we're going to talk about the process of growing your business through word of mouth and your name, and the value that name is going to have long term. All right, so the goals for today are going to be talk about how to define who you are and what your online persona will be. We're going to talk about what your clients will think of you when they think of you, and how they will get referrals. Basically, how do you become memorable so that when somebody says to one of your clients, hey, I need a writer, I need a designer, the first thing they think is to recommend you. And then if you were to create a book or project, what would it be about? And how will you build on that brand? That's all way down the line, obviously, but start thinking about it now. What makes you unique? What are your skills? How are you different? What kind of personality do you have? And how can it translate into these things? They're all going to help you get work, but it's also going to be like the next step for all this stuff. Okay, so first things first, some questions I'd like you to ask yourself. I'm not going to read these all to you. I'm going to put them in the notes so you can see what all of them are. But they're basically some basic things to think about as you build out your business. Stuff like what types of projects you want to work on, your speed for expansion. Or do you want to be freelancing for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? Do you want to grow this into anything else at all? Do you plan on outsourcing? Do you want to grow to that point? Are you going to build a blog, a Twitter, a Facebook, name for your company, that kind of stuff? Thinking long term about how you're going to build your business and what it's going to look like in 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. All things you want to start thinking about now. Getting a little more broad, there are 5 things you should be considering when branding. Specifically, what your niche is. This is something I was not great at. I would just take whatever work came my way. These days, I think of myself as an expert in things like productivity. I get a lot done, and I like writing about it. And to some degree, working from home. I don't work from home now necessarily, but I did for 8 years. So I have a lot of expertise there. I got a lot done when I worked at home. And then marketing in general, inbound marketing is, that's my professional niche at the moment. And will continue to be, moving forward. So those are areas in which I consider myself to be a particular expert. Those are my niches. As for process, that's going to be like how you work. Are you somebody who can get something done in 24 hours? Or are you somebody who has limited slots for work and it's very hard to hire you and you will do the most amazing work anybody's ever seen? Obviously, you want to do that anyways, but it's a matter of how you brand yourself. How does your process play into your branding? Quick turnaround is very different from scarcity and high quality. Even though they can all be together, it's a matter of how you present it. Your rates and your profit margin. How much money do you want to make for the work you do? When you're only doing a few projects here and there, you don't want to charge pennies on the dollar because you're not going to make a lot of money. But when you're just getting started, you need to charge something competitive enough that you can actually, get some work out of it. So it's things to think about. Clients, who do you want to work with? Be picky about this. Please, please, please be picky. I was not early on, and it was bad. I worked for some people I didn't respect and didn't appreciate the work that they had me doing. Some things, ethically questionable in retrospect. Just coming out of college, obviously, I didn't think about it as much. But over time, there was a lot of things that I would no longer work on. I didn't do weight loss products anymore or anything related to them. I wouldn't do anything in the financial realm because I was not a financial expert and didn't want people thinking the content I wrote was, to be taken that way. I would not do anything health related for the same reasons. I would not do a lot of basics, as a writer, I would not do fake testimonials or fake reviews or anything like that. Find where your line is, who you want to work with, and draw it and stick to it. Even if you need the money, it's important to keep those ethics in place. It makes it easier to get work down the line, but also easier to feel good about what you're doing. And then your mediums of communication. How are you going to interact with your audience? Are you hard to find, or do they have to come to you? Are you going to be more inbound focused? You're going to have a blog and a Twitter and a Facebook and a Google Plus and a YouTube and all the whole 9 yards. These are things to start thinking about now. Whether you're going to do them now or not, it's a matter of how you want to think about it long term. All right. And then building on the success of others. This is something that every freelancer should do. And I highly recommend because it's so easy to do. Other freelancers and thought leaders like to help you. Like, if anybody reaches out to me, and I've been running my blog, and for a long time I wrote about freelance topics for years. And I don't get a ton of contacts, but when I do, if somebody's asking me a question like, how do I get into this? Or how do I deal with this client problem? I would always, always, always stop and take time and answer that question because I remember how hard it was to get started. It's one of the reasons I built this course. It's one of the reasons I've written books on this. It's just I want to help other people do this better than I did this. It's hard to get started, so having the tools and the resource and the people around you to help you get going makes it so much easier. So definitely take advantage of that. But always make sure create content that's unique to you. You don't need to be different in any way, but be unique. So when you're going out there and interacting with people, you can take from what they're doing, whether it's website content or their blog or whatever it is they're posting, and you can build on it and have a conversation, not necessarily just rewrite or rebuild. Something to think about there. And then get out there and interact with other people who have done what you're trying to do in person. There are networking events in most major cities for small business owners. Don't go there trying to make money. Just go there and talk to people. You're an expert in what you do, and everybody else is too, but there's a lot of overlap. So if there's a way you can help somebody, if they have a question about copy or design or development, and you can help them, it's going to come back. It always pays you back. They're going to recommend you. It's going to come up somehow. Trust me, it's worth taking the time to help them out. And then own your business and its processes. Don't feel like you need to do things the way other people do them. There's a reason why in this program you're not going to see me tell you, like, this is how you should set up your business, and this is what your workflow should look like, and this is how you should handle projects and clients. It's up to you to utilize kind of the foundational tools and mindsets that I'm talking about and build out one that works for you. There's no right or wrong way to do it. There's just things I've learned over the years that do and do not work. Think about it in terms of this is how we do it here. It doesn't matter. Like if somebody, and this is going to be especially important as you bring on clients, is because they're going to ask you to do things that maybe don't fit your core ethics. Maybe they want you to write something for less money and say, no, the quality can be lower. I don't care, but I want to pay you less. I've gotten that a lot. And my answer to it is, I don't do that. I don't write low quality content. So if you want a low quality writer, go on Elance or Odesk and put your budget in there. You'll get a bunch of people to bid, and some of them are great. That's fine. People are willing to work for that. I'm not. Somebody who wants me to write about certain topics and be like, no, you did really good on this one. Do this one. Like, I don't do that. I just don't. Like, find the line, draw it, and stick to it. People will respect you for that, and most of the time they're going to come back and say, okay. Unless it's a huge gap, it's rare that I had somebody, not willing to compromise with me on these things. And then finally, tools that are going to help you build your brand. There's your website, which we've already talked about. There's a blog, which we've talked about a little bit. We'll get into more here soon. There's social media, which we'll also get into a little bit more here. I recommend having all this stuff. It's a matter of how much time you have available, how much you want to put in. There's a balance. You obviously want to spend as much time doing as you do promoting and selling. So as you start bringing on projects, you're going to have to rebalance things. Right now, you probably don't have a lot of projects, if any, so you can spend all the time in the world doing this, but you have to think in advance, like what happens when suddenly you have work to do that you've picked up as a freelancer. You're going to have less time for these things, so don't be too overzealous and then have to scale it back too much later. Presence on forums and at industry events. Make sure you are available and present for those things. Local networking opportunities are huge. Whether it's a local chamber of commerce or a local speaking event or a local county fair even. Like, these are all ways you can get out there and interact with people. All those business owners need what you have. Trust me. A lot of them need help online. A lot of them need help with their content, their design, their development, their anything. Honestly, whatever it is, they're going to need help with it. So if you're the one having the conversation with them, you're the one who's going to pick up that work. And then your interactions with clients and how they perceive you are very important. One of the things that I always tried to do was over-deliver on everything I did. I would be super nice. I'd be super responsive. I would always reply to an email within 12 hours. And that's with only checking email 2 or 3 times a day. I would always offer unlimited edits because almost nobody took advantage of that. So, but just offering it made it seem like I was, A, it made it seem like I was standing behind my work, which I was. And B, it just made it seem like I wanted them to succeed, which I did. The goal here is to be a maximum value provider. Any way you can stand out by doing more, do it. It's worth it. The vast majority of people don't take advantage of these extra perks. By offering them, you appear that much more professional and that much more invested in what you're doing. All right, so today's actions: decide how you will brand yourself and on what platforms, where are you going to be and how are you going to be presenting yourself. Create an outline of your target customers and how you're going to contact them. Answer all those questions I gave you. They're in the worksheet attached in the notes below, so you don't have to go back and pause it. They're all there. And then start building your brand. This is who you are. This is who people are going to see and how they're going to interact with you. And one last thing on this, it can change. It might change over time. Like maybe right now you really do just need to make some money and you're okay with that and you understand the ramifications of that. But down the line, if you're successful or if you're building a brand or people start to respect you for what you're doing, that might change. You might decide, you know what, these things are also important to me. These are areas of which I also want to be known. There's nothing wrong with changing that, but just be conscious of it. Don't let your clients and the market dictate to you how you run your business. It should be coming from within, what you want to get out of it. All right? So that's everything for today. Make sure you leave any comments or questions you have below. Access any of the notes and links below as well, so you can get everything you need out of this particular day's content. And then make sure to leave a review, and any comments or questions you have, you can send directly to me. I very much appreciate your feedback. All right, so I will talk to you tomorrow. Welcome back to How to Become a Freelancer in 30 Days. This is Anthony Chatfield, and today, day 21, we're going to talk about how to create a blog. I've talked about this many, many times already, but now we're going to go through kind of the steps and the specific actions it'll need to build that blog. So the goals today are to create a blog on your website, identify channels for distribution of your blog content, and then create a quick calendar for the blog so you can start expanding on it. So before we get started, I know I've mentioned this a lot, but the key to a good blog and the reason why I promote it so heavily and why I think it's so important as part of your business and your brand is that it just helps you talk about things as you would in reality. I mean, you're online all day, you work with people remotely, some of them may never see your face. This is how you can get your voice out there and how they can get to know you. And that's the key. It's building an audience of people who know you. So when you're building a blog, and again, we'll get to more of this in a minute, but when you're building it, you need to think about how you can talk about things that are unique to you. How you're talking, what's your take on the subject? What's your expertise? What's your tips? So you don't want to just regurgitate what everybody else is talking about. And that's one of the most substantial mistakes people make when building a blog is they just go out and find the most popular posts and rewrite it or make their version of it. You should really have your original thoughts and ideas about all these things in place before you start blogging. Actually building that blog, very easy. If you have a WordPress site, you already have a blog platform, you're just going to be writing posts instead of pages. If you do not have a WordPress site, you can build one on WordPress.com. You can install one on most of those free platforms we talked about. It's really simple. I'll show you in a minute my blog and some of the other blogs out there that really, if you've seen a blog, you've seen a blog. They're all roughly the same. Some of them look a little fancier than others, but it's a feed of articles written on a regular basis, or other content. What you're going to post: regular articles that engage potential prospects. So again, that content that you know your audience is looking for. Content that reflects your talents. So if you're a designer or developer, don't just write articles, even if you're a great writer. Make sure you're also showing what you can do by designing, illustrating, offering code, development tips, whatever it ends up being. Make sure the content is keyword optimized to rank for topics your prospects will be searching for. Every blog post should be centered around at least one keyword, term, or phrase, just to ensure that people can find what you're writing about, but also that it's relative. Localize the content when necessary. If it's a super generic topic, try localizing it just to make it relevant to the people in your area. And it can be more than just text. Again, we've talked about that to some degree. Building a successful blog, it takes a lot of different things to make sure this is updated regularly. We've talked about how to build habits and make sure you're constantly doing the things you need to do to build your business. This is one of them. I recommend blogging at least once a week. So set aside 1 to 2 hours a week in which you're going to do all this stuff we're going to talk about. So a content calendar is going to help you make sure you have content planned for the next few months. Guest posting will help you grow that network and help people find that content. Social media and blog comments will help to drive immediate traffic and start a conversation around your content. But in the end, you're playing the long game. No blog you launch today is really going to kill it in the next few weeks. It's going to take months, possibly years, before you really reach that level. The blog is kind of living on its own, providing that kind of level of insight into what you do and building an audience that will kind of help grow your business automatically. But at the same time, every piece of content you write can later be something people come back to. There are other content creation channels as well. You don't necessarily just need to have a blog. You might not have a blog at all, but if you post regularly to Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn's groups, or Pulse Network, if you create a podcast or have a YouTube channel, any of these can offer the same benefit as a regular blog, though I do still recommend having some space on your website where all that content you create can live. You own it. It can't be taken away from you. You're not dependent on another network. It is important to kind of have your own space, but you can diversify. And if you have an existing network with any of these, you can take advantage of it and get started a lot faster. So today's actions: create your blog, create a very basic outline of what you want to post, announce your blog with 2 to 3 posts. So don't start the blog until you have at least a couple things to post, just so that you can get things indexed quickly and it doesn't look empty. And then outline your goals and content ideas for the next 2 to 3 months. If you're not sure where to start, just look at a few other blogs. Go to mine at anthonychatfield.com. You can see what I've been working on and kind of some of the basics of how I approach it. My blog at the moment, as of recording this, is pretty bare minimum. Like, I do the bare basics to get it up every week. I post once a week and then I promote it and I drive links back to it. But I haven't done a lot of the extra stuff needed to kind of drive it up to that next level. But you can see, like, the bare minimum is still a decent amount of effort. That's what I would like you to work on. If you do that basic effort, people will find you, they will interact with you, they will ask you to do stuff for them. If you're not sure what to write about, that's another topic we can kind of discuss further in the comments here, but there are a lot of good tools out there. BuzzSumo is awesome. You can see what the most popular posts are based on social media shares. You can also go to Twitter or LinkedIn and see what people are talking about. And you know what? Hit me up too. I'm always happy to help brainstorm and build a list of content ideas that'll help with your audience. All right, so that's everything for today. Make sure you leave any comments or questions below. And if you haven't yet, leave a quick review of the program and let me know what you think. I love your feedback. If you have any other questions at all, please direct them to me through Udemy here, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. That's everything for today, and I will talk to you again tomorrow.